Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire alongside Jimmy McNerney, track announcer John G. Dooley, as Jimmy Mac joins us here to start off Indiana Champions Week, the big day for this month coming up this coming Saturday on the 25th with a special 11 a.m. post time. Today, all main track card, Jimmy, main track is fast. We're off the turf course, but under sunny skies, so a nice day to kick off Champions Week.
Yeah, definitely a nice day. The weather's great to kick off that week, and what a week of racing it is, including that special post time coming up for Champions Day. They drew that card yesterday. I was looking at the PPs last night, and really good card that day.
13 races.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding day here to celebrate horses in the Hoosier State, and we'll be looking forward to it here on Saturday, talking more about Indiana Champions Day in just a moment. But weather-wise, I mean, 21st day of October, it certainly feels like that. Had the fleece jacket on this morning, and of course, our down vests, and looking forward to our racing program.
Love this weather.
Yeah, me too. Fall, you got football weather.
Not just football weather, it's horse racing weather.
Horse racing weather is Indiana Champions Day. The Colts winning against the Chargers this weekend, so a lot to look forward to here when it comes to sports in the Hoosier State. For the official race day forecast, I mentioned we have an all main track card here today. Track is fast. Let's check in with Chris at WRTV6 for a weather update from WRTV. Chris?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Our temperatures will hold in the mid-60s here over the next couple of hours. Clouds slowly build. I can't rule out shaking out a really isolated sprinkle here in the next couple of hours, but few and far between. For the most part, we look dry. Temperatures dip back into the mid-50s through the evening hours. If you're back tomorrow, some things to consider. Cooler temperatures, but sunny skies. Highs back in the upper 50s. A little cool even for late October. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, appreciate that forecast. As we mentioned, with our racing program kicking off here today to start off Indiana Champions Week, and 9 races on tap here today. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Martha Clausen will be along during that 6 o'clock hour to talk about it. But Jimmy, great to have you with us here to start off Indiana Champions Weekend. The leader in the clubhouse, Fernando de la Cruz, starts the card on 99 wins.
Starting 99, looks a good chance to get 100 this afternoon. We spoke about that earlier, and you see there at the top of the standings, 99. He's 18 in front of Joe Ramos, who sitting there with 81, and Pedrosa's third. Now, Randy Klopp vying for another title. He's several in front, but Fernando, like I said, with that 18-win lead, had a great day the last day we were here with a couple of wins on the card.
Seems like when you go through the Tammy Knox so great about it, keeping us up to speed until every season when we kick off a meet here, the latest numbers, and of course Fernando de la Cruz, the all-time winningest jockey here. But whenever Fernando in the past has won a riding title here, it's always with a century or more. Alberto Burgos last year having another good season here. He won the title last year with 81, to put it in perspective.
Yeah, he's having a great meet. Like I said, I think there's only maybe been 7 or 8 jockeys that's had 100 or more. In fact, one of those trivia questions was when we ended in early July. So you talk about I think maybe Leandro Gonçalves had one with 107. But yeah, Fernando's certainly having a good meet, and we'll talk more about those guys as the afternoon progresses.
Joe Ramos knows what it's like to land a century. He's there pursuing Fernando de la Cruz going into our racing program here today. And you saw Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., another solid season. He's a 3-time riding champion here at the track. Going back to Thursday's card, though, speaking of Fernando, he had a couple of wins here as we go back in time. There was no live racing here yesterday, nor Sunday, Saturday. Backtracking Friday, we had no racing either. But when we raced here on Thursday, certainly Fernando led the scoring to get him to 99 victories. He had that riding double, and it started with a horse for Ray Paquette. That's my daughter.
Yeah, that's my daughter. Good-looking day. This is her debut performance, John, and set off that heavy favorite, Turbo Lady from the Randy Klopp barn, and Ray had her well prepared today to run down that heavily back favorite.
Yeah, coming up on the outside, That's My Daughter under jockey Fernando de la Cruz got him to 98 victories here this season. Congratulations to Ray Paquette III, and his son also part of the ownership of that first-time starter. That's My Daughter. We ran on the turf course here on the Thursday. We got one in. It was a turf sprint. Really nice turf sprint, and it was the second win here on the Thursday card for jockey Fernando de la Cruz to get Fernando vying for the riding title here this season to 99 victories in 2025. Leave it to Mike Maker Eddie Haskell.
Gee whiz, Wally. What a performance here by Eddie Haskell. Just ran them off their feet. This is another debut performance, John, as you noted in the call. And speaking of well-prepared, this one has a bright future.
Yeah, really
742 on a horse to run like that.
Good-looking winner, Eddie Haskell. Put that in your stable mail going forward, of course, as we go through the middle part of November here as far as that race meet goes. Got to give a shout-out to Thomas Medina, a couple of winners here on the card. He had the training double. Talking about Night Kiss, certainly she's been in great form. She drops back off the pace, but when she comes rolling, she rolls home in front.
She does come rolling, and she absolutely loves this course. You know, I think Tomas is wishing the year would go a little longer because she's running out of that starter eligibility condition here at the end of the calendar year. But she is a super nice one and absolutely loves this track. This is one of 2 wins for Alberto Burgos, and you see her flying up the fence here. And Tomas, we'll just talk more about him. He's got one entered later in the week. He's going to be a favorite in the Philly handicap on Champions Day. And then Burgos came back after winning, Medina came back after winning that one with 2580 Mutual, I believe.
Yeah, my brother Keith, that was under jockey Mitchell Merle, his first full season riding us with here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he's vying for that top 5 spot. Of course, Fernando de la Cruz on top of the leaderboard with 99 wins. As we wrapped up the thoroughbred portion of Thursday's card, this was the penultimate race of the entire racing program as we closed with a quarter horse maiden. But it was my brother Keith kind of just grinding it out, and bet Mitch get rich, as the hashtag says. That was the case here with a $25 and change winner.
Yeah, absolutely, 11-1, and showed some tenacity here. Like you said, just grinding it out. Was laying in a little bit, tiny bit green, but did prove the best here by almost a 2-length winner. And like you said, to the tune of 11-1. Some hunch plays for me that day. I mean, I have a brother Keith, and I have 3 daughters, and I didn't bet neither of the 2.
I wonder if Eric Asmussen had a couple of bucks on my brother Keith, but of course trained by Thomas Medina, not his Hall of Fame father. But congratulations to all those that raced with us here on Thursday. As I mentioned here on Wire to Wire, we were dark for live racing. If you joined us here, First Floor Road TB for simulcast wagering, hope you cast some winners Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or maybe even yesterday and here Tuesday of Indiana Champions Week. But getting back to Night Kiss, by the way, just for one last point, it reminds me of Boitano and those starter turfs for Jose Camejo. We've had some horses that just, when they love running here, they put up multiple win seasons.
Yeah, definitely. Horse of the course is a big angle for me when I play. Sometimes people throw horses out, but if a horse is going up the ladder and shows that they like the course, you have to throw them on your ticket. And Night Kiss, she's certainly one of those. And Randy Klopp has one entered this week the same way. That starter horse of his is in. So that's one to look out for as well.
You think of a horse, like Randy with Sleepy, and also track-wise, that always works for me, that angle at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Horses are like
especially
winning.
a track
Kentucky
undulating like that.
Downs.
Yeah, the horse has proven they like it. You got to give them a chance.
Tuesday of Indiana Champions Week, talking about the big day coming up here on Saturday. Again, schedule-wise, racing today, tomorrow, and Thursday at 2:10. No live racing on Friday, but of course our regulars are used to that type of schedule. Back here Saturday, kicking off bright and early, the first of 13. Yeah, 11 a.m. post time here on 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day. When you talk about not only 13 races, when we start talking about the quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day. Yeah, I mean, right at the $1 million range, Jimmy Mack, and of course all that great thoroughbred action as we crown those state-bred champions here as we get to the final weeks of the race meet. And then, of course, that'll be like Veterans Day. We'll talk about that special day on the calendar here in just a moment. But in addition to the on-track action with the thoroughbred and quarter horse portion of the card, a lot of activities for the entire family to join as we talk about that lineup here for those coming out to the track.
Absolutely. What a great day. The first 7 for the thoroughbreds, the last 6, like you said, one of the richest days in history for the quarter horses. But in addition to the great racing, a lot of great stuff going on here. We're going to have food trucks. We're going to have a selfie station, some mega bet drawings. I think the Legends contest. So there's something for everybody. It's a fun-filled, packed day all day long. Again, first post is at 11 o'clock. I think gates open at 9:30, so you want to come out and get you a seat early.
Yeah, that's spot on. Those gates opening, so grab a seat, get a coffee, get comfortable, and enjoy the action to come at 11 a.m. 11 premier races, purses in excess of $1.7 million. And we talk about, again, the quarter horse program here in Indiana, the Quarter Horse Racing Association. That program just continues to grow and grow with purses at the $1 million mark for the big day. Mark it down, full of activities on track. And for all of you horse players, Saturday, October 25th, Jimmy Mack mentioned it, gates open at 9:30 a.m. First race post time will be at 11. If you haven't already done so, Get those reservations in. Time ticking away. Beth at 317-421-8801. Hope you're already making plans to come out here to the track and join us for a tremendous day of racing. I touched on Veterans Day. That's the closing week of the season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That Monday card on November 10th. Special Veterans Day program on the 11th, the 12th, 13th, and that's when the curtain will come down on the 2025 Thoroughbred and Quarter Horse season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Jimmy Mack, much like Indiana Champions Day, special day as we salute our veterans, of course, every day. This special day for them, 2:10 post time, and a $2,500 that Veterans Day Legends handicapping contest presented by our friends at the Indiana HBPA.
Such a great card put on every year by Chris Polson and staff, and Eric Haslam does a great job with promoting this day and does a lot for the veterans, including that HVAF, which we'll be happy to donate some money to, again, hopefully to them. Once again, we also have a celebrity handicapping contest where the proceeds of that will be donated to the HVAF that's here locally, and a wonderful fun. But great charitable stuff going on that day. Great day of racing here on that holiday, and come see us with that 2:10 post time on Veterans Day.
Yeah, and again, keep that contest in mind because it includes 2 seats to the NHC Finals, in Vegas, March of 2026. To those that are the NHC Tour members, so just keep that requirement in mind, and that you fulfill all the requirements by the NTRA for the big handicapping contest.
Yeah, and that's real easy to do. Just go online. If you're not a member of the NTRA, the NHC, just go on there. There's a couple different levels, tier levels that you can join with. As the levels go up, it donates to some wonderful horse racing organizations, aftercare. But you have to be a member in order to be eligible to go to NHC. And I went last year, and it's a great event out there. And if you can qualify, or haven't qualified, this is a chance to get it. And there's not many contests left to qualify, and we're going to give 2 seats away that day.
And also, as part of this special day, talking about coming up, the Elite Pick 5 Challenge, you're a part of that. 15 handicappers, including you, of course, Racing Rachel, our friend G. McLean, Steve Bick, Brian Aragoni, part of the team, Matt Crothers, to name a few. Yeah,
I think T-Bone and Dan Cronin. There's a lot of guys. So a lot of the names you've heard throughout the throughout the industry that have you see on maybe social media or at various tracks will be here. They're all here to help out this wonderful day and that fundraising effort. But maybe we can put you on some winners. We've had several cash those pick 5s each of the last. I believe this is the 6th year he's done it, and we've been able to raise some money and maybe get you out of here with some money.
Thanks to our big sponsors this year of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis, talking about Woodford Reserve. Also, we've got Jack Daniel's Blackberry. That's going to be special for Indiana Champions Day.
I'm going to try some of that.
Breed Development, also our Winter Circle sponsor. That's going to be certainly busy on Indiana Champions Day on Saturday. Again, hope you make plans to join us. Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Lori and Bruce Murphy, our friends here at the track, 765-361-8803 if you'd like to reach out to them. B&H Electric, they are the tote board and starting gate sponsor of racing here at the Hippodrome. They've got locations in town, also Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler, they've got that location. Dealership here in Shelbyville, also in Franklin. If you'd like to reach out to them on the web, please do so by visiting drivehubler.com. Cheers to our great sponsors of racing here in 2025. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. Kind of kept up on I loved watching British Champions Day. Over at Jamie Spencer bringing home a 200-1 in a Group 1 there at Ascot on British Champions Day. You can follow me on X, Racing Rachel, all the time there as well. Martha Clausen will be along, as I mentioned, at the 6 o'clock hour, talking about our final quarter horse maiden juvenile dash of the day to close out the card and to start off Indiana Champions Week. And our friend Brian Aragoni, B's busy, keeping busy with a lot of other things, but he's keeping an eye on his X account at Mr. B Analyst and TrackWise. Also on X, on Instagram and YouTube. Subscribe to our channel there, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. I know you're also back on X if people want to follow you too.
Absolutely, I'm back. And I'm also on YouTube.
You're an underscore, aren't you? An underscore?
I'm an underscore, Jimmy underscore McNerney. But I hit all these, especially in the YouTube.
Especially important to follow us and also the track during this time of the year with Indiana Champions Day, on track for a big day here on Saturday. But it all starts today. Sunny skies, fast main track. We're off the turf course, all main track card. Again, 8 thoroughbred races closing, as I mentioned, with that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash at the 6:15 post time for the finale. First off at 2:10. Quick commercial break, but keep it right here. Don't go anywhere. When we come back here on Wire to Wire, Jimmy McInerney will be taking you through talking about the 50-cent early pick 5 or maybe some other special plays on the card. Keep it right here. Back with Jimmy Mack on Wire to Wire right after this.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to the show, race fans. 34 minutes of post for the first of 9 live races here this afternoon. Again, we are off the turf. You heard John speak of that earlier, but the main track is fast. Temperature just about 64 degrees here and should be much of the same throughout the afternoon. No call for rain. Clear skies throughout this afternoon. Again, race 1 coming up in just about 34 minutes. A multitude of wagering options this afternoon in various races, but race number 1 kicks off that early 50-cent pick 5, and I'm going to put together a ticket here and try to pick up where Mr. B's left off and try to put you on a pick 5 early and get you out of here with some money. And race number 1, it kicks off. That's a 50-cent base bet with this maiden special weight to go 5.5 furlongs on the main. You see the ticket there, $48 play, and we're going to use much of our budget here in the opening leg. A couple of horses expect to take some action, but I'm going to spread here. I'm going to use number 3, Cool Hunting. This is 1 of 2 in here for trainer Greg Bland, and this one gets a really positive rider change, in my opinion. The young apprentice, or just lost his apprenticeship, but I believe the time ran out on his apprenticeship, so it was taken away from him. Now we get the veteran rider Santos Sanjur, who's back in the saddle after a couple of weeks away from the races, and he picked right up where he left off. He's winning as well. Cool Hunting. Now, this one's raced 6 times, looking to make the 7th time the charm, but I like the horse's chances. This is the 3rd start of the season. Couple of decent workouts here. In fact, a bullet most recently. I expect this horse to be much closer to the pace this afternoon, and we're going to use that one currently right now, 7-1, and also, we'll use number 4, See You When You Get There. This is another one from the same trainer I just spoke of. Ron Hisby has a call. Throwing this one just as a flyer, just off the workouts. This is another one that's been working super impressively the last several weeks here, dating all the way back into early September. This is a 3-year-old by Hit It a Bomb out of a sensational mare, so certainly has the pedigree to like the sprint dirt distance, and right now square price at 6-1 in the opening leg. Another horse in this maiden special weight is number 5, Going Sense. Now, this one should take all the money. I expect this one, in agreement with the morning line odds maker, to be the favorite. 8-5 morning line, currently 2-1. Tim Eggleston for 514 Racing, Matt Kwiatkowski, their go-to rider Mitch Merle, who had a big winner on the card last day we ran at 11-1, has the call. Debuted last season here for the Tony Cunningham barn, was 5th, beating 11 lengths. Did take a lot of money that day on debut, and then was idle till mid-July this year, and showed speed and stopped, and then came back most recently, carried that speed a little bit further at that 6 furlong distance, and just got ran down by Ryan's Wish. And Ryan's Wish was a winner by 2 3/4 lengths that day. I believe Ryan's Wish from the Aaron West barn, and Going Sense, since that last race, has been gelded. Now, sometimes we see these horses gelded. They do move forward. Now, this horse maybe hasn't had his mind on his business, just going the front and being lackadaisical, and making that ultimate equipment change maybe get his attention here. And right now 2-1, and is another one I think you have to use in here. And then to the far outside, I'm going to add in the 8 Inspired Glory. This one did run on and finished 3rd on debut for the Aaron Shorter barn. Aaron does a very good job. Still looking for his first win of the meet, but the horses have been running very well, and This one debuted on October 1st, ran in behind TV Victory. I believe TV Victory is for the Ron Raper barn. He's back in next Tuesday, I believe, in the non-2 condition. But Taylor's Moonshine was second that day for the Fletcher barn. And Inspire Glory did run on well and was, had a little bit of tough trip that day, but nothing really to excuse, or say he got beaten, but because of that. But I'm going to go 4 deep here, 3, 4, 5, 8. I'm going to use the 2 Greg Bland horses, the obvious favorite from the Eggleston barn, and then the outside horse for Aaron Shorter, 3, 4, 5, 8 in race number 1. Now the second race does start our $1 pick 4, the Itoba pick 4. That's the early one on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's an Indiana bred claimant event for a claimant tag of $20,000 for horses that never won 3 races in their life, or a wide open $20,000 3-year-old restricted race. We do have a field of 8 in here with a jockey change at number 3, Justice One More Time. And Justice One More Time comes from the barn of Rhonda Thurman. Will get Orlando Mojica. I'm not going to use that one, though. I'm going to use 3 horses in here. Number 1, Dreamin' Bro, Fernando de la Cruz with a pair of wins on our most recent card here we spoke about. Now this one exits a 3rd place finish, beating a length in a first level allowance race right here in behind Sleepy. Now Sleepy's on a multiple race win streak. We spoke about that horse in the Wire to Wire show. Prior to that was beat by Goldwyn. Both of those horses were back-to-back winners at the meet for the Clot Barn, and Dreamin' Bro's been keeping good company. Last time we seen him at the claimant level, he was a winner by better than 7 lengths. 3 starts back for the 15 non-2. Seems to be in a good spot here. There are a couple horses in here that are dropping as well, and we'll use the ones that I think are his main opposition. But Dreaming Bro 4-1 on the morning line there. Number 2, 9 Questions is another one I'll use. This one gets Joe Ramos, who's vying for another title here. Anthony Granitz is the conditioner. This one ran against Open Company last start, meaning non-Indiana breds. He was in a non-winners 2, but the Indiana bred races didn't count against him as per the conditions of the race, so he was eligible to run in a non-2 when in fact he had won 2 races, and he ran well. Was really up against it though. I thought that day was really far back on the turf and did come running and was 3rd, beaten 3 and some change lengths, and comes back to the mile and 70 yards on the dirt. I think the horse doesn't mind the dirt. The horse actually has a win over the surface at this distance in early November last year, and I think he's going to get some pace to chase. Now, if he gets as far as back as he did last week, I don't think the horse can get up. But if he's a little bit closer to the pace and can have a better timed ride, I think he can get the job done here. He's going to be a decent price. He's 4.5 to 1 morning line, just not a lot of speed to allow him to get that far back. But I do think Dreamin' Bro will be closer to the pace with that inside draw. And then another one, all the money's going to be on, I'll use is number 6, Shiesty to Chase, 7-5. This one has taken a huge drop in class. Mike Weaver sends this one out for Chin Dynasty and Josh Eccles, and was 4th, beaten 5 lengths in behind that Goldwyn we talked about. When Goldwyn won the non-2 race, ran behind Real Fast. That's an open first level allowance race, two races back on the turf. All of these on the turf, but the horse, I don't think the horse needs the turf now. A couple of wins, his lifetime wins came on the turf, so we'll have to move forward a little bit on the dirt, but I think the class relief is the key here. He is going to be a short price, but is one that I definitely think you need to use if you're playing that pick 5 or the pick 4, which starts here in race number 2. Well, on to the 3rd race, and race number 3. This is the race where I'm going to put all my eggs in one basket, and that's going to be the Brad Cox basket. Race number 3, and it's the allowance event for fillies and mares, which has never won 2 to go a mile over this fast main surface. We do have a scratch in race 3 of the 7, Dawn After Dawn. Number 7, Dawn After Dawn, has been scratched. There is a jockey change on the 8, Sunset Beauty. Adam Gertison will give a leg up to Evan Roman. Evan Roman on the 8, Sunset Beauty here in the 3rd. Again, this is a first level allowance race, meaning non-winners of 2 allowance race, and I think LA Woman's going to be awful tough to beat. The horse has in fact been 3 seconds each of the last 3 races, dating back to that May 26th start here, after being off almost a year and a half. Made a return to the races, did this 4-year-old daughter of City of Light. She's out of an AP Indy mare, so pedigree for days on this one, but making her first start off that layoff, she got beat by It's Forever, lost a dirty head bob that day, and then she came back at Churchill Downs in a first level allowance race towards the end of June, and unfortunately ran in behind a horse named Perfect Shot. And but she did run well. She did fight on. She was running and getting to the horse, just lost by about a neck that day, and and then came back at Ellis Park on July 30th in the slop, throwing another thing at her, and she was second best that day. We're making all the pace. Now, I think there's a tiny bit of speed in here, but I don't think she has to go to the lead. I think, she is drawn right in the middle, so she can allow the pace to develop, or Marcelino can, and see how it goes. I mean, she shows she will fight on from the front end, but I think she's better suited stalking. I just don't know how much speed is in the race. Of course, Creator Magic with that inside draw does have plenty of speed, and stretching out should show some speed. So I think LA Woman should sit just off the pace, should it not be a really slow pace. And I think she exits this non-2 condition here pretty easy today. She's run 6 times in her life, got a win. She does like to be second. 4 second-place finishes out of just that one performance where she tried the turf. She was 5th, beating 6 lengths. But she's a little ATM machine. Yeah, she's 4. She's lightly raced. I don't know if they tried to breed her or what happened and she didn't take. But LA Woman's back to the races. She seems to be in good form. 6-5 on the morning line. We won't get 6-5 obviously in there with that scratch of the 7 Dawn After Dawn. But if you're playing a multi-race wager, even like the pick 5 that we're talking about, or the pick 4, if you can find a single along the way and spread out and hit it, it could still pay. We've seen these pick 5s and these $1 pick 4s, especially with these short-priced horses, winning and still paying very healthily due to the amount of handle we get in there and the low takeout here at the track. So it's a wager that I would certainly allow a lot of my budget for here at the shoe. Now, race number 4, we're going to go just too deep. This race has been taken off the turf. It's an Indiana bred filly and mare optional claiming race. Again, it was originally scheduled for mile and 16th on the turf. The race has been taken off the turf. Will be mile and 16th on that fast main surface. Due to that surface change, we have a couple of scratches in here. Number 2, 5, 6 are all out. Numbers 2, 5, and 6. Cam's Rockin' Gold, Timeless Rose, and the 6, that morning line favorite, Royal Justice, is out. Please note the outside horse, number 9, Watcher, has drawn in and will run as an MTO. And in race number 4, we'll just use 2 horses. We're going to go bookends here. We're going to use number 1, Tiz Bayou from the Eggleston Barn, exiting 2 handicap events here. $100,000 race, 2 starts back where she was 4th and behind multiple handicap winning Imagine the Moon, and then run into the McPeak Charge, Corningstone. Nobody was beating that one that day, pushing that one's earnings. I think that one's somewhere around $900,000 in its career, Corningstone, but finished 7th, beating 7 1/4 lengths that day. And I think of any horse in the race, maybe an outside Watcher was actually looking for this race to come off, but Tiz Bayou, Mitchell Murrow has the return call, getting some clash relief here. I'll use that one 4-1. And then the outside number 9, Watcher. This one demolished the field last start when that race was taken off the turf back on September 24th. Was a winner by better than 6 lengths and ran off away from Temple Painter, who we just seen here in our sale a couple of weeks ago, was sold for I think around $80,000 in that private purchase from the Clop Barn. At Sorry Not Sorry, the 8 horse in here, was 3rd in that race. But this one, since being claimed away from that Clop Barn by the West Barn, has showed up with a 2nd, a 4th, and a win. So the horse seems to be in good form, and I'm going to give that horse a nod here in the 4th. I'm going to go 1 and 9. That takes us to the 5th race, where that does start the Itoba $1 pick 4 with that low takeout. Race number 5, a mile registered Indiana bred maiden 2-year-olds will square off here. There's one scratch of the 9, Brazilian Canexo from the Kerry Moore Barn. Number 9 is out, and I'll go 4 horses deep in here. I'm going to use a 3, 4, 8, and 10. Number 3, Rusco Fueco, I believe. I guess I could have looked that one up, but the 3 horse from the Clop Barn is getting some added distance, and I think the horse is absolutely going to relish the added ground. Abel Cedillo has the call, and I think according to pedigree, this horse is absolutely going to love the increase in distance. Kind of ran even, in fact, 3 starts, 3 6th-place finishes. Was bounced around, raced wide, but is going for an older rider now, where it just had an inexperienced apprentice the last start. But I think this one, just based off pedigree and the increase of ground, is going to definitely move forward. You will get a price on that one. A lot of the money is going to be on the outside horse in here. But number 4, Basil. This is the horse I like the most in the race. This is the horse to beat. This is the horse that probably ran a winning race on debut, was in behind Gioli there from the Asmussen Barn on debut, and just got beat a dirty nose, shifting ground. Had a little bit of rough trip, but came back in the Circle City handicap. That was a handicap back on October 1st. Over $100,000 was up for grabs that day. Q's not top notch. That one from the Garcia Barn is, I think, 3 out of 4. The lone loss was when the horse went to Prairie Meadows, but this one ran a game race and ran on to be 5th, beating 7 lengths that day. Comes back to the restricted maiden races and gets much added ground to this one. one so needs Basel 9-2, my top pick in the race, will use. The 8 airdrop, the lone horse in here to really run well at the route distance with experience. In fact, was second when stretching out for the route distance last time on September 23rd. Got beat a long ways, but was second best that day. I think it's one you got to use 15-1. I think it's a huge price on airdrop. Absolutely must use on your ticket. Number 10, Pro Fever. This is another one. We spoke about that sale we had here just a couple of weeks ago. This one was purchased out of that sale by the Spee Stable, Chad Bannister and Liz Klopp. This one formerly trained by Tomas Bendina, I believe for the late Jim Edgar. Pro Fever debuted here, was second on debut, ran a really good race behind Speedy Spirit that day. And this is another one they thought enough to try in a handicap, went in the Circle City handicap on October 1st there, and was 6 beaten 7 lengths. Same race as my top picks coming out of, where Q's Top Notch won. I think Young Angus was from the Matthews barn, was second, but that was a really good race. Those are the best 2-year-olds so far here at the meeting. And this one, like my top pick, just got beat 7 1/4 lengths. In fact, my top pick in this one, they finish in a head bobber 4th, 5th, and 6th. Probably get a little bit of contrast in prices there, but I think Basil may be the healthier of the price. I think Pro Fever is going to take some heat. Cops Barnes on fire. He's currently leading trainer. Joe Ramos riding very well, has the call. So those are the 4 I'll use in there, 3, 4, 8, 10. So all in all, it's just a $48 play for that 50-cent base bet here in race number 1, that pick 5, where we kick things off with this maiden race here in just about 20 minutes. Again, maidens to start the show. First of 9 over a fast main. 5.5 furlongs is the distance. A field of 8 to score off in the opener. There are no program changes in there as well. Speaking of program changes, we'll throw it up here. You'll hear the voice of John G. Dooley in just a couple of minutes, and he'll give you the changes on this 9-race card and get you started with our show. Well, that's all for me. See you later this afternoon. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. To start off Indiana Champions Week, track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. It's an all main track card. We're off the turf. Main track labeled fast under partly cloudy skies. Temperatures seasonal through the 60s. Fast track if you have your programs close by. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. No changes at the top of our 9-race card. First of the day, all 8 run. No changes in the 210. On to the second race we go. And here number 3, Justice, one more time. A change of jockey to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica will ride number 3, Justice, one more time in the second race. In the third, from the mile, scratch number 7, Dawn After Dawn. Number 7, Dawn After Dawn, has been scratched. 8, Sunset Beauty, a change of jockey to Evan Roman. Evan Roman on 8, Sunset Beauty. In the mile. Race 4 starts the 50-cent late pick 5. It's off the turf. This will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 2, Cam's Rock and Gold. The 5, Timeless Rose. And scratch the 6, Royal Justice. There'll be no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 featured on the card. Fourth race, mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch the 2, 5, and the 6. In the fifth race, a couple of scratches here from this maiden juvenile mile. Race 5 scheduled at 4:14. Scratch the 8, Airdrop, and take out the 9, Brazilian Conexo. Scratch the 8, Airdrop, and the 9, Brazilian Conexo from the mile. In the sixth race, another taken off the turf course. The maiden will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Here's scratch 1, Whiskey Reserve, and number 6, Funstruck. Scratch 1, Whiskey Reserve, and 6, Funstruck. Maiden on the main track over the 5 furlongs. In the seventh race, here's scratch number 4, Ice Minister. Take out the 7, Azure Sky, and scratch number 10, Orbi-One. Scratch the 4, 7, and the 10 now. In the 8th race, maiden is off the turf. It will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Spastic Bid. 3, Dad's Cara. 4, Starlit Sky. 5, Florentine Lady. Take out the 7, Mother Green. 9, It's Fine. The 10, Onophilia. Scratch 11, Hopeville. 12, Don's Joy. Scratch 13, About and Around. 14, Breaking Hearts. Take out 15, Miss Milky Way. And scratch the 16, Finance. Maiden on the main track, 1 mile and 70 yards. No place, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, and no 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wager. Win wagering, exacta, start of a double. Win bets, exacta, and the double remain. No place, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta, and no pentafecta wagering on the maiden juvenile fillies. 9th race due at 6:15. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. Here scratch the also eligibles. 11, R. Racy Eileen through number 14, Undeniable. Scratch all the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. Number 3, Cool Candy Wagon, 3 pounds over. Number 4, He's Cross-Firing, plus 4 pounds in that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards. It makes up an all main track card. We're off the turf. Here at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, partly cloudy skies in the 60s and a fast main track. Horses in the paddock for the opening maiden sprint start to the 50-cent early pick 5, 10 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. No changes here at the top of our 9-race card, all main track card. Main track fast. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles. Pick 3s, 50-cent early pick 5 starts here with the maiden sprint. Less than 2 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5, all main track hard. Main track fast, you have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Jan Hernandez with Yoshida's Impact. Mitch Merle, Going Sense, has moved into the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Coaxed. Evan Roman, Amazing Mike in the purple silks and cap. Santos Sanjo with Cool Hunting. McKenna Anderson, first time starter, All Bark, No Bite, facing up to the gate. At 5.5 furlongs, a couple of them back. Ronald Hisby with See You When You Get There. Going Sense 1-2 the first favorite, and one more. Joseph Biomir with Inspire Glory. Well, main track hard, main track fast. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Wayne running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Going Sense sharply away for Mitchell Merle. Going Sense straight to the front. Opens up an early 3-length advantage. Making his dash toward the half-mile pole from Yoshida's Impact with on the outside. See You When You Get There, who's making a bid. All Bark No Bite in the red cap. And toward the inside is Coaxed. Toward the inside, Yoshida's Impact now running in 5th. Inspire Glory is a wide 6th as they round the far turn. And then Cool Hunting, Amazing Mike trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter was 22.49 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Going Sense. Going Sense in front as See You When You Get There tries to narrow the margin as these maidens turn for home. Coaxed running in 3rd, and then Inspired Glory with in between horses All Bark No Bite. They're homeward bound. It's Going Sense. 1 furlong to go. Going Sense. See You When You Get There. Continues gamely on the outside for Ron Hisby as they come past the 16th now head to head. Coaxed is back in 3rd, and then Inspired Glory. They're close to home with Mitchell Merle. Going Sense. And Going Sense sees off See You When You Get There. Coaxed 3rd, and 4th is close between Inspired Glory and All Bark No Bite. .105.82 after the maiden. 1 minute 5.82 seconds. 5.42 and 4th place is a photograph. First, number 5, Going Sense at 2-5. Number 4, See You When You Get There. 17-1 second. Good effort. 2, Coaxed at 5-1 was 3rd. And the 8, Inspire Glory. That second time starter at 9-1 getting into the frame. 5-4, 2, the 8 runs 4th. Hold all bets until official. Mitchell Merle on the son of Golden Sense. Going Sense for Tim Eggleston, a 5-1-4 racing win. The 2-5 favorite home. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle number 5, Going Sense with Mitchell Marule. Going Sense is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Goldman Sense. Out of the Super Saver mare, Sacred Heart, Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Going Sense out to the maiden ranks. Race 1 official. First results in. First of 9, 5-4 exacta paid $27.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 5-4-2 paid $30.55. Inspired Glory fourth in the maiden, 10-cent superfecta, 5-4-2-8 paid $23.67. At the top of the card, favorite, first, all 8 ran, fast track 105.82 seconds. Race 2 ahead. There are no scratches, all 8 run. Number 3, Justice, one more time. A jockey change to Orlando Mexica. Orlando Mexica. On 3, Justice, one more time. Race 2 with exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card as noted. Main track fast. Post time 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Going Sense. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Going Sense sharply away for Mitchell Marule. Going Sense straight to the front. Opens up an early 3-length advantage. Making his dash toward the half-mile pole from Yoshida's Impact with on the outside. See You When You Get There, who's making a bid. All Bark No Bite in the red cap. And toward the inside is Coaxed. Toward the inside, Yoshida's Impact now running in 5th. Inspired Glory is a wide 6th as they round the far turn. And then Cool Hunting, Amazing Mike trails here in the Tuesday opener. Quarter was 22.49 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Going Sense. Going Sense in front as See You When You Get There tries to narrow the margin as these maidens turn for home. Coaxed running in 3rd, and then Inspired Glory with in between horses All Bark No Bite. They're homeward bound. It's Going Sense. 1 furlong to go. Going Sense. See You When You Get There. Continues gamely on the outside for Ron Hisby as they come past the 16th now head-to-head. Coaxed is back in 3rd, and then Inspired Glory. They're close to home with Mitchell Marule. Going Sense. And Going Sense sees off See You When You Get There. Coaxed 3rd, and 4th is close between Inspired Glory.
Well, that first time gelding going since got it done there in the opener, carrying that speed all the way to the wire today. Held off. We had a little scare with that 17-1 shot firster, but going since minded to his business today and got the maiden broken for 514 Racing. And for Matt, Tim Eggleston, and Mitchell Merle there to kick things off. 2 top pick winners for Rachel and I. As we move to the second race, which starts another multi-race wager, the $1 pick 4. Starts here with that low takeout on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we have a field of 8 here to square off to go a mile and 70. These are Indiana breds. This is a conditional race. Non-winners of 3, $20,000 to go a mile and 70 on the fast main surface. And no surprise here to see number 1, Dreaming Bro. Currently the even money favorite, projected to go off at even money. All that support coming in on that one. That's Rachel's top pick in this race. I thought the horse would be a little bit of a short price. I'm going to use a horse that's currently second in the doubles and second in the odds right now at 3.5 to 1. That's number 6, Shiesty to Chase. Now, this one is going to be a better price, I thought, and I thought that would strictly be because the horse is probably more suited for the turf. If you look at the horse's past performances, he's a 4-year-old son of More Spirit out of a Shakespeare mare, bred by John Langmeyer, Spooky Hollow Racing. But this one I don't think necessarily needs a turf. As you see Kenny there, the groom there, holding on to Shiesty to Chase. Jose Gutierrez has the call. This is the apprentice that's been riding very well. So you get a break in weight. You get 5 pounds off. The horse gets in with 117 pounds. And the most recent race in that non-winners of 2 other than their last race against Goldwyn. Goldwyn's a really good horse. It's had a couple of wins this meet. In fact, I think the horse may even be stakes placed. But that was a good enough race for me. The numbers that day was probably the best number the horses ran as per recent anyway. But faced Open Company the time before. Didn't fare all that bad. Did have a rough trip that day. Just missed back on August 28th. That was a turf event in that second level allowance race, but I don't really mind the surface change here. I think the horse is in with his friends, and I think if he runs either of his last in fact the last 3 races, I think he can get that non-3 win here for Eccles and Chin Dynasty and Mike Weaver. As you see Kenny leading Shiesty to Chase around there, currently 7 to 2. That's a good price on this one. Now drawn to the inside is number 1, Dreamin' Bro for Cazares Racing. Joe Davis will give a leg up to leading rider Fernando de la Cruz, and this is another one getting some class relief. This horse was just beaten a length and a half last start when finishing 3rd in a allowance race. That was a first level allowance race. Ran in behind Sleepy. Sleepy, of course, came back and had a repeat win at the meet for Randy Klopp. And I think the class drop's the key here. The last time this horse was in for a claiming tag was 3 back for that 15 non-2 life race, and stalked the pace, sat second last, third last, and made a big run and won off under wraps by 7 that day. Moved him up into those first level allowance races where he ran a 4th and a 3rd place finish. The horse does have back class, made $40,000, 5 for 11 in the money, and I think we'll be a little bit closer to the pace today as per his last few starts with that rail draw. I don't think he can let that speed go and where he have to go around them all. I think he'll probably sit second flight and try to pick his way through the pack. Dreamin' Bro, definitely the horse to beat right now. It's the horse that everyone's betting at 6 to 5 and is a must use for me. The horse getting ignored right now is one I think who could upset the apple cart. That's number 2, 9 Questions. Gets Joe Ramos 6 to 1 on the tote board right now, and this one certainly will need some pace to chase. But should they falter, 9 Questions has a strong closing kick. Rallied from far back last start, was 3rd, beaten 3.5 lengths, and Joe Ramos gets the leg up again from Anthony Granitz. Prior to that, the horse was running in 1st and 2nd level allowance races here against state breds and shows up every time. The horse just has to get the trip. The horse has to get the pace set up. And 9 Questions, if he's allowed to settle too far back, then he's not going to get there. He's going to be, 2nd or 3rd or 4th again. But should he have a little pace to chase, or maybe make his move a little early, or maybe sit a little closer? The horse has the kick, and the horse has the talent. He's a 2-time winner from 11 starts, made $60,000, and I think it's one you have to use here, especially with the doubles coming back $660 and $780 for my top 2 picks. I think it's coming back nearly $26 for this one, so big contrast in prices. If you can get this one home here to start this $1 pick 4, I think you'll be sitting in the catbird seat. So Brandy Bell, the paddock judge, has given riders up orders. Here they come for race 2 at the shoe. We'll kick off a $1 pick 4 here. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the second race. This started at 1 mile, 70 yards. A field of 8. Only run, number 3, Justice, one more time. A change of jockey to Orlando Mojica. Here's Orlando Mojica. On 3, Justice, one more time. Note that jockey change for the number 3. No other changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track fast, 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4 here. Fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick. Dreaming Bro, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 99 wins here this season. Evan Roman with Star Review. 9 Questions, Joe Ramos with 81 wins at the meet. Loading up Orlando Mexico, Justice One More Time. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Shiesty to Chase has moved into the starting gate. Ronnie Prescott with Toward the Moon. 2 back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with No Manches. Karen Whittick's last out winner here and 1 more. Santos Sanjor with Dad's Life. Like Toward the Moon, both for Tony Duran. Second of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. And Dad's Life broke outward. Good start for 9 Questions. Right there, Star Review. Here comes Toward the Moon, who's up and after the front. And Dreaming Bro holds the rail as they charge into the first turn. It's Dreaming Bro toward the inside parts of the track, and Star Review vying for it early with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Toward the Moon, who's third and up with these leaders as they go to the back of the track. No Manches just running in 4th. Wide Shiesty to Chase in the white blinkers. Then it's a break of 2.5 to 9 Questions, joined by Justice One More Time in the black helmet. And after breaking outward at the start, Dad's Life trails them. The quarter 24.68 seconds, making this run up the back, and Shiesty to Chase has come to the forefront here for Jose Gutierrez. Shiesty to Chase is the overall leader from Dreaming Bro, who's right there countering now for Fernando de la Cruz. Then comes Star Review, No Manches, and on the outside, Toward the Moon, who's racing some 6 lengths off this leader. As they enter the far turn, Justice One More Time still partnered with 9 Questions, and Dad's Life remains last. Half mile and just a tick under 49. 3 furlongs to go, and the leader, Shiesty to Chase. Dreaming Bro continues to pursue. Shiesty to Chase as they come toward the quarter pole. A length and a half apart. No Manches with Star Review. Then Dad's Life around Toward the Moon. 9 Questions and Justice One More Time as they straighten away. Shiesty to Chase. Dreaming Bro continues to charge up the inside. 3/4, 1 minute 13.28 seconds. Shiesty to Chase. Kept to the task here by Jose Gutierrez and holds on to this lead. But now coming past the 16th and is pulling clear from Dreaming Bro, who will be second best to Shiesty to Chase, who gets the result by 5.5 from Dreaming Bro. 9 Questions third, Star Review back and forth. .142.19 after the running of race 2. 142.19. 6-1-2, and then a photo for 4th. First number 6. Shiesty to Chase at 6-5. Number 1, Dreaming Bro at 4-5. The favorite was the runner-up after the 1 mile and 70 yards. 2, 9 Questions at 8 to 1/3, and stand by for the 4th from the judges. Jose Gutierrez for Michael Weaver. The son of More Spirit, Shiesty to Chase. The 6-5 second choice. Takes it out. Number 5, Star Review, 4th. 6-1-2-5. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Shiesty to Chase, with Jose Gutierrez. Shiesty to Chase is a 4-year-old big gelding by More Spirit. Out of the Shakespeare mare, Exeter, Mike Weaver trains for Josh Eccles and Chin Dynasty of Kim Al Chin. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Shiesty to Chase. 6-1 exacta, paid $8.20. 50-cent trifecta, 6-1-2, $5.60. The going cents, Shiesty to Chase, 5-6 double, paid $7.80. Star Review ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta, paid $17.25. In race 2, favorite, second, all they ran, 142.19. 21 minutes away from race 3 in the Distaff Mile. Scratch number 7, Dawn After Dawn. Number 7, Dawn After Dawn is a mile scratch. 8, Sunset Beauty, a jockey change to Evan Roman. Evan Roman on 8, Sunset Beauty. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Mile post time. Race 3 at 3:12. And they're off. And Dad's Life broke outward. Good start for 9 questions. Right there, Star Review. Here comes Toward the Moon, who's up and after the front. And Dreaming Bro holds the rail as they charge into the first turn. It's Dreaming Bro toward the inside parts of the track, and Star Review vying for it early with 7 furlongs to run. On the outside is Toward the Moon, who's third and up with these leaders as they go to the back of the track. No Manches just running in fourth. Wide Shiesty to Chase in the white blinkers. Then it's a break of 2.5 to 9 questions, joined by Justice one more time in the black helmet. And after breaking outward at the start, Dad's Life trails them. The quarter 24.68 seconds, making this run up the back, and Shiesty to Chase has come to the forefront here for Jose Gutierrez. Shiesty to Chase is the overall leader from Dreaming Bro, who's right there countering now for Fernando de la Cruz. Then comes Star Review, No Manches, and on the outside, Toward the Moon, who's racing some 6 lengths off this leader. As they enter the far turn, Justice one more time, still parted with 9 questions, and Dad's Life remains last. Half mile and just a tick under 49. 3 furlongs to go, and the leader, Shiesty to Chase. Dreaming Bro continues to pursue Shiesty to Chase as they come toward the quarter pole, a length and a half apart. No Manches with Star Review. Then Dad's Life around Toward the Moon. 9 questions, and Justice one more time as they straighten away Shiesty to Chase. Dreaming Bro continues to charge up the inside. 3/4, 1 minute 13.28 seconds. Shiesty to Chase kept to the task here by Jose Gutierrez and holds on to this lead, but now coming past the 16th and is pulling clear from Dreaming Bro, who will be second best to Shiesty to Chase, who gets the result by 5.5 from Dreaming Bro. 9 questions third, Star Review back and forth.
Well, it was Flacco to chase much of last Thursday night, but in the second race here at the shoe today, it was Shiesty to chase to get the touchdown to take race number 2 there for the Mike Weaver Barn apprentice Jose Gutierrez up top for Josh and Chin Dynasty there. And race number 2. Now, race number 3 coming up here in just about 10 minutes. We do have a scratch of the 7 Dawn After Dawn. Number 7 is out, and a jockey change on the 8 Sunset Beauty to Evan Roman. My top pick in this race currently right now at 2 to 5 is number 4, L.A. Woman. L.A. Woman comes from the barn of Brad Cox, and this one at 2 to 5 is the obvious horse to beat. The horse is coming off 3 second-place finishes and been facing good company. Her seasonal debut back here was beaten by It's Forever. Now, It's Forever is a multiple winner, is has run 3rd or 4th in a couple of stake races here at the track and made $350,000 and ran a good race off the shelf that day. Came back, followed up at Churchill Downs with a really nice second place performance behind Perfect Shot. Well, Perfect Shot is a horse from the Steve Asmussen barn who in her subsequent start went to Saratoga and won 2X Flashy, and then she came back at Ellis in the slop and made all the pace, led every step but just about the last one where she was beaten by Flash Ware, and that one come back in the next race, and at Churchill was 5th in a stake, and most recently a couple of weeks ago at Keeneland was only beaten 2 lengths in a 2 other than. So LA Woman, who's always had some class to her, has been facing class in the last couple of starts, and I think she's the obvious horse to beat here. Is she's the horse to bet at 1 to 2? Maybe you can make that money in a pick 3 or exacta here by Keener, but I think it's her race to lose. And LA Woman, she has lost 5 times, I guess. 6 starts with 1 win, 4 second-place finishes. Been kind of unlucky though, but has been keeping good company. I think she's getting in a good spot here to finally get that second career win in start number 7. As you see, Ricky Giannini, the assistant trainer, tightening the undergirth there on number 4, L.A. Woman. Couple of stalls to her inside. Number 2, Enchanting, was 12 to 1 on the morning line. Now we do have a defection of the 7 at 9 to 2 on the morning line, so that takes away a lot of points. That's why we'll see these odds come down. But number 2, Enchanting, those 12 to 1 odds now down to 4.5 to 1 at 9 to 2. I love this horse in here. Should LA Woman fail, I think this is the main opposition. This comes from the aforementioned Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, and this one had a respite since Oaklawn back in March when we seen this one race on October 6th here, and just kind of ran around there, was 5th, beaten 7 lengths. That was an okay race that day, but that was at the sprint distance. Although this horse did break the maiden going short, I think the horse wants more ground myself, and for those reasons, I'm going to use number 2, Enchanting. This is another one that's always kept good company. In fact, the horse is stakes place. The horse was 2nd in the Sunland Oaks. The Sunland Park Oaks, in behind Stablemate Running and Gunning. Of course, Running and Gunning is great. It takes place since then. So Enchanting's another one that's been facing some serious competition, and she's going to find a little softer spot here. And right now, 4.5 to 1. I still think, even though it had higher morning line odds, I still think that's a pretty good price, as we see LA Woman now goes 2 to 5. And for third, I'm going to throw in just a flyer here, reaching for a long shot should the pace get hot. I think number 5, Don't Look Back, could be one that benefits from that. And this one is 8 to 1 on the morning line. Sippy Contreras, the barn, couldn't be doing any better at the meet. Manny Escovel has the call. And this one woke up last start in the 13th career start. That was the winning one in one off and one well. We talked about it on the Wire to Wire show. When horses like the track, I play them in the next start back, even though they're stepping up in competition. I think this horse could get a slice at a price here. Don't Look Back. The light bulb angle maybe you could use too, but this one I don't think that has the speed to go to the lead that some of these do. I think Don't Look Back will sit just off the pace, but if the horse will relax, she's a daughter of Hard Spun, relax for Manny Escovel, she could run into upset the apple cart with a little decent price here in race number 3, which does offer pick 3 wager in races 3, 4, and 5, but I think number 4, LA Woman's double tough. Sometimes you just have to take the free space and move on. 1 to 2, short price, better than a long face. Just about 6 minutes here for race number 3. LA Woman's my top pick. Good luck.
fillies coming onto the track now for the third race. This race will be run at a mile. A field of 7. Number 7, Dawn After Dawn, has been scratched. Scratch the 7, Dawn After Dawn, from the race card. 8, Sunset Beauty, the jockey Evan Roman. Evan Roman on 8, Sunset Beauty. The mile features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Fast track with 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time for the Distaff Mile. Less than 1 minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with L.A. Woman. The first filly into the starting gate, loading here for the mile. Santos Sanjor with Creator of Magic. Manny Escobar, Don't Look Back. Cipriano Contreras' last out winner here. Don't Look Back joined L.A. Woman. Danilo Gracales Rave with Miss Macy. Creator Magic in. Keith Asmussen with Enchanting. Just a couple of fillies back at the mile. Chris Landeros with Miss Susan B. 9-1 on the Constitution filly, Miss Susan B. LA Woman 2-5 favorite, and one more. Sunset Beauty. Evan Roman with 990 career wins. They're in the gate. They're off. Enchanting broke sharp toward the inside. Creator of Magic now with pole position for Santos Sanjor. Creator of Magic has come away in front of the wave. Right there is Enchanting with LA Woman black with the gold chevrons. Miss Macy, Miss Susan B up the near side, and Don't Look Back is in between fillies. Miss Macy is running wide second to last, and Sunset Beauty trails. As they make their way to the backstretch, the leader, Creator of Magic, in front of Enchanting, who chases the pace. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.82 seconds. Creator of Magic leads the mile. Creator of Magic in front by 3/4 of length. Keith Asmussen and Enchanting flanks the front runner, and LA Woman is now coming with a charge. In the meantime, Miss Macy on the far outside is covering a lot of ground, while Miss Susan B is saving ground. Don't Look Back in between horses. Sunset Beauty trails. It's 7 lengths from tip to tail, and the front runner remains Creator of Magic. Her half mile was 47.73 seconds with 3 furlongs left. Still Creator of Magic. Enchanting is brought right there near with the front runner, and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and L.A. Woman now inching in as these fillies come past the quarter pole. Miss Susan B with Don't Look Back. Miss Macy is now hard at work, and Sunset Beauty being asked to raise an effort from out of last. It's L.A. Woman with a sweep. 3/4, 1 minute 12.88 seconds. L.A. Woman has taken the lead, slightly edges left while clear of fillies. 1 furlong to go with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. L.A. Woman extends the advantage. Miss Susan B is charging now late into second from Enchanting, and Creator of Magic led but has dropped back. It's L.A. Woman's win. L.A. Woman by 4 for Miss Susan B. Enchanting third, Creator of Magic finished fourth. .139.54 after the distaff mile. 139.54 seconds. 4-3-2-1. The judges have posted the unofficial run order after race 3. First in the mile, number 4, L.A. Woman at 1-2 odds. Number 3, Miss Susan B, 7-1 second. Number 2, Enchanting At 6-1 third, and at 7-1, the one Creator of Magic was fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., his 60th win of the season. Here for Brad Cox, the Calumet Farm homebred. It's L.A. Woman at 1-2 in the mile. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, L.A. Woman, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., his 60th win of the meet. L.A. Woman is a 4-year-old bay filly by City of Light. Out of the AP Indy Mare teammate, Brad Cox trains for Brad Kelly's Calumet Farm. The winner was bred by the owner in Kentucky. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of L.A. Woman. Race 3 official. The 4-3 exacta paid $9.80. First pick 3 on the card. Combining Going Sense with Shiesty to Chase with L.A. Woman. 50-cent pick 3 netted $3.25. The 50-cent trifecta 4-3-2, $11.25. 6-4 double $8.40. Creator of Magic fourth. The 10-cent superfecta paid $7.62. And the Phillies mile, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 7 ran, 139.54 seconds. 21 minutes away, race 4. 103 taken off the turf course. Fast main track for the card. Fourth race, take out the 2 Cams Rock and Gold. Scratch 5 Timeless Rose and 6 Royal Justice. 9 Watcher, entered by Aaron West as a main track only, will run. Watcher number 9, the MTO runs. Scratch 2, 5, and 6, mile and a 16th on the main track. There's no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. No all turf pick 3. Fourth race with exacta, trifecta, double. It does start another 50-cent rolling pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Start of the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast track, post time will be at 3:43. In the gate. They're off. Enchanting broke sharp toward the inside. Creator of Magic now with pole position for Santo Sanjor. Creator of Magic has come away in front of the wave. Right there is Enchanting with L.A. Woman Black with the gold chevrons. Miss Macy, Miss Susan B up the near side, and Don't Look Back is in between fillies. Miss Macy is running wide second to last, and Sunset Beauty trails. As they make their way to the backstretch, the leader, Creator of Magic, in front of Enchanting, who chases the pace. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.82 seconds. Creator of Magic leads the mile. Creator of Magic in front by 3/4 of length. Keith Asmussen and Enchanting flanks the front runner, and L.A. Woman is now coming with a charge. In the meantime, Miss Macy on the far outside is covering a lot of ground, while Miss Susan B is saving ground. Don't look back in between horses. Sunset Beauty trails. It's 7 lengths from tip to tail, and the front runner remains Creator of Magic. Her half mile was 47.73 seconds with 3 furlongs left. Still Creator of Magic. Enchanting is brought right there near with the front runner, and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and L.A. Woman now inching in as these fillies come past the quarter pole. Miss Susan B. with Don't Look Back. Miss Macy is now hard at work, and Sunset Beauty being asked to raise an effort from out of last. It's L.A. Woman with a sweep. 3/4 woman at 12.88 seconds. L.A. Woman has taken the lead, slightly edges left while clear of fillies. 1 furlong to go with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. L.A. Woman extends the advantage. Miss Susan B is charging now late into second from Enchanting, and Creator of Magic led but has dropped back. It's L.A. Woman's win. L.A. Woman by 4 for Miss Susan B. Enchanting third, Creator of Magic finished fourth.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
We're just 7 minutes to race 4, and I know you guys are confused, but I don't know if you can tell. I'm trolling Jimmy today, and I'm wearing his exact same outfit, except this is our champions. Look at that. Look at that right there. Wait. Look at that right there. Just twins. It's J-Mac and R-Mac twinning today. Don't worry. I'll get a picture. I'll put it on social media. Also, I wanted to show you guys, not just to troll Jimmy Mac, but I did want to show you. We did get the vests in for Champions Day. I've been trying to give you guys a little sneak peek of the swag. And this thing is nice, you guys. It's got zippy pockets. There's an inside secret zippy pocket. Love to see that. Without further ado, though, let's talk about the 4th race here. A couple scratches obviously came off the grass. Really, we didn't get taken down too much except that 8th race. So in the MTO draws and in that case, I had to go with Watcher. The 2, 5, and 6 are out of this Indiana bred filly and mare 3-year-old allowance optional claiming for 20. And the MTO Watcher gets our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, in the irons here for Mr. Aaron West. This is a 3-year-old filly by Tapature. And coming out of an allowance non-2 on a good track, 1 mile and 70 was the distance, you know, and of course that's what we're still stretching out a little bit. Now this horse has ran that distance, but it's been on grass. So I'm interested to see here how she does on dirt, but at the distance specifically. That being said, her best races obviously have been routing on the dirt. Look in the last 4 since Aaron got this girl, he ran her, you know, she gets claimed for 20, which is what she's in for today. You know, she's back in that class. He claims her, she wins by 6 at this level. Then she goes back 2nd on July 17th at 1 mile and 16th on the dirt. That's the one that interests me as well. And even 4th, didn't like the grass. So on September 24th, she catches the grass at an allowance $40,000 race, wins by almost 7. So yeah, if she was going to draw in, we knew she was going to be the favorite. 3 to 5 is hard to stomach. We'll just have to do it. Then we're going to go to the rail, 5 to 2. Tiz Bayou. Look, I love when a plan comes together. Aaron and I love when that happens. She walks right into the frame and she looks good. Love the way she's moving. Love the way her ears are going. Very nice, tall. She's got scope on her. I mean, that looks like a route horse right there. This is a 5-year-old mare. Tim Eggleston trains. Mitchell Merle is getting the leg up right now by assistant trainer Jordan. Tiz Bayou, just a really tough, hard-knocking mare. They're looking for a double together. Coming out of Stakes Company, handicaps the Hoosier Hartley and Ann Piety Bianchi. I think she's going to be vastly much improved getting into this group. And then the 3 we just showed there, Santos aboard Krickenberger. This is one of those sentimental ones. I mean, this horse has run 28 times, 10 times on the turf. Indiana Turf, has been at Turfway, always comes back. Foster Family Racing owns her. Santos, one of my favorite underrated jockeys. I had to throw him in just because I wanted to look for a little bit of a long shot with such a, I knew was going to be a heavy favorite on top. And at 9 to 1, if we can get that 3 home, we'll be looking pretty good. This does kick off the late fire 5 here today. I got a pick 4 ticket on my tip sheet, but remember it's an 11.99% takeout on the late fire 5 that starts in this race. Get your bets in early, as my girl Emily G says, bet early and bet often. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This taken off the turf course. Race 4 will be run over the main track, fast at 1 mile and 16th. A fill of 6. Scratch 2 Cam's Rockin' Gold. 5 Timeless Rose. And take out the 6 Royal Justice. 2, 5, and 6 all have been scratched. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late pick 5. Once again, all main track card. Main track fast. There's no $1 horseshoe hat trick. All turf pick 3 featured. Fast track, 2 minutes. 2 post time. 2 minutes to get a bet on. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Watcher, the 3-5 favorite, 8-5 on Tiz Bayou. First to move into the starting gate, Mitchell Murrell won the opener for Tim Eggleston with Going Sense. Santos Sanjor Krickenberger has joined Tiz Bayou. Now Alex Ishard with Soul Run. She's a 3-time winner, Soul Run. Joe Ramos with Jolly Justice. Now Alberto Burgos with Sorry Not Sorry. Over the Milani 16th, one more. Fernando Villa Cruz Watcher. This is a main track only for Aaron West. Fast track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Jolly Justice between horses. Watcher, Tiz Bayou toward the inside, is vying for the early lead with Mitchell Murrell, and it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou takes the top as they enter the first turn. From Watcher with Sorry Not Sorry in the white cap. Jolly Justice running in fourth. Krickenberger and Soul Run, it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou locks up the early lead here at the 6.5 as these fillies and mares go to the back. Watcher follows Tiz Bayou. Break of 3 to Sorry Not Sorry, who's next in formation. Jolly Justice in the maroon cap is just in advance of the back two. Soul Run outside of Krickenberger. The quarter 23.41 seconds. Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou dictates terms and continues to lead. Watcher, who continues to keep tabs on the front runner. Tiz Bayou now on the edge of the half-mile pole. Tiz Bayou, Watcher remain 1-2. It's a brink of 7 more. Krickenberger now has gained third. Jolly Justice. Sorry Not Sorry's dropped back sharply. Soul Run just picked up Sorry Not Sorry, who's tailed off. Half mile in 47.50. Tiz Bayou is 3 furlongs from the winning line with Mitchell Murrell. Tiz Bayou continues the target for Watcher, who's trying to inch up here to Tiz Bayou as they come toward the quarter pole. Krickenberger will straighten away in third. It's a break of 7 more to Jolly Justice, and then Soul Run. Sorry Not Sorry has not been persevered with. They're homeward bound. Watcher takes a crack at the longtime leader, Tiz Bayou. 3/4, 1 minute 11.81 seconds, and it's Tiz Bayou who leads Watcher past the 8th pole and has widened on Watcher by 3 now. Krickenberger's third and staying on. Jolly Justice fourth by a mile. They're close to home, and it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou bounds home in front of Watcher, who was kept at bay by Tiz Bayou throughout. Jolly Justice third. Krickenberger finished fourth, well clear. One 973, the run order after the fillies and mares. Number 1, Tiz Bayou at Diva Money first. 9, Watcher at 4-5 was second after the mile and a 16th. Number 7, Jolly Justice at 12-1. Edged out 3, Krickenberger for third. 1973, hold all until official. Mitchell Murrell doubles up on the card for Tim Eggleston. Here, Kathy Jones's homebred. She's now a 5-time winner. Tiz Bayou at even money starts the late fire 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle, the one, Tiz Bayou. Riding double for Mitchell Merle. Tiz Bayou is a 5-year-old bay mare by Tiz Sardonic Joe. Out of Jenny's Royal Purple by Bluegrass Cat. Tim Eggleston with a double on the card here. Kathy Jones is homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tiz Bayou. It's official. The 1-9 exacta paid $5.60. 50-cent trifecta, $5.50. 4-1 double paid $10.20. 10-cent superfecta, $2.63. Krickenberger ran fourth. 50-cent pick 3 paid $4.85. And the fillies and mares, 2, 5, and 6 were non-runners. Favorite second. 6 ran. 21 minutes away from race 5. In the maiden juvenile mile, scratch the 8 Airdrop and the 9 Brazilian Canaxo. Scratch 8 and the number 9. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, presented on Indiana Champions Week by Itoba. Fast track. Post time will be at 4:13. Fast track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Jolly Justice between horses. Watcher, Tiz Bayou toward the inside, is vying for the early lead with Mitchell Merle, and it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou takes the top as they enter the first turn. From Watcher with Sorry Not Sorry in the white cap. Jolly Justice running in fourth. Krickenberger and Soul Run, it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou locks up the early lead here at the 6.5. As these fillies and mares go to the back. Watcher follows Tiz Bayou. Break of 3 to Sorry Not Sorry, who's next in formation. Jolly Justice in the maroon cap is just in advance of the back two. Soul Run outside of Krickenberger. The quarter 23.41 seconds. Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou dictates terms and continues to lead. Watcher, who continues to keep tabs on the front runner. Tiz Bayou now on the edge of the half-mile pole. Tiz Bayou, Watcher remain 1-2. It's a break of 7 more. Krickenberger now has gained third. Jolly Justice. Sorry Not Sorry's dropped back sharply. Soul Run just picked up Sorry Not Sorry, who's tailed off. Half mile in 47.50. Tiz Bayou is 3 furlongs from the winning line with Mitchell Merle. Tiz Bayou continues the target for Watcher, who's trying to inch up here to Tiz Bayou as they come toward the quarter pole. Krickenberger will straighten away in third. It's a break of 7 more to Jolly Justice, and then Soul Run. Sorry Not Sorry has not been persevered with. They're homeward bound. Watcher takes a crack at the longtime leader, Tiz Bayou. 3/4, 1 minute 11.81 seconds. And it's Tiz Bayou who leads Watcher past the 8th pole and has widened on Watcher by 3 now. Krickenberger's third and staying on. Jolly Justice fourth by a mile. They're close to home, and it's Tiz Bayou. Tiz Bayou bounds home in front of Watcher, who is kept at bay by Tiz Bayou throughout. Jolly Justice third. Krickenberger finished fourth, well clear. Fast track, they're in the gate. The final time after the fourth race fillies and mares was 1:45.33 seconds. 1:45.33 after the running of race 4. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, we have a late jockey change to announce for the first time coming up on the card in the 6th race. Turning for a moment to race 6. Maiden sprint off the turf. 5 furlongs main track in the 6th race, number 7, State Park. Make the jockey McKenna Anderson. McKenna Anderson will ride 7 State Park. That change of jockey in the 6th race. Fast track.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Four down, 5 to go as race number 5 comes up in just about 10 minutes. And this is one of the races you want to be right on the most. The early pick 4 ends here, the early pick 5 ends here, and the $1 Itoba pick 4 with that low takeout starts right here in race number 5 and races 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's a $1 base bet. Couple of changes here in the 5th race. Numbers 8, Airdrop, and 9 are both out. The 8 and 9 are both out. This is a maiden 2-year-old Indiana bred race to go a route of ground. A mile is the distance on this fast main surface, and down to a field of 8 after those 2 defections, and no surprise to see the 2 horses taking all the support. Number 4 Basil at 3-2 and the 10 Pro Fever at 6-5. Of those 2, I think number 4 Basil is the horse in here. Basil debuted and ran a bang-up race here with Sophie Doyle for Pavel back on August 26th, and ran too good not to lose that day. Didn't have the greatest of trip, but fought on, shifted ground late, came down towards the inside, and just got out bobbed by Gioli that day. And they thought enough of that performance to try him in a handicap, and the grayson of Bazin showed up here in the Circle City Handicap on August 1st and ran an okay race, kind of split the field, ran 5th, beat 7 lengths, and just kind of ran around there. But the horse is backing against maidens, looking very good in the paddock, get some added ground, which I don't think the horse will mind being having that Liam's Map and Lemon Drop Kid in the lineage there. But Basil, certainly we're not going to get the price they got on him, nearly 13-1 on debut, currently 3-2. Definitely the horse to beat, should be Forward, and Sophie Doyle will once again have the return call. Breaking to the far outside, number 10, Pro Fever. This is one currently 6-5 and expected to go off right around there as well. Pro Fever making the first start for leading trainer Randy Klopsbar. Now, this one was purchased out of the Itoba yearling and paddock sale here just about 9 or 10 days ago, and in fact was purchased for $37,000 that day and makes the first start here for the new connections. This one debuted, and another one who ran very well on debut was second, beating a couple of lengths, was this Son of Protonico, and came back in the Circle City Handicap, same race as my top pick, and those two horses just hit the wire together and just got out bobbed by number 4 Basil. Now is drawn to the outside, but I don't think that should get parked out too far wide. There's a couple of scratches directly in front of him, and then a couple of horses in the middle there I don't think has enough speed. So should be able to save a little bit of ground to keep getting from parked in that first turn. So I expect this horse to be sitting somewhere mid-pack, and Pro Fever, if anything is indicative of that first race he ran, this horse does have a bright future, and Roger Spees and Randy Klopp thought enough of that to purchased this one for $37,000 just about 9 days ago of that paddock sale. Now for third, I'm taking a flyer here, number 6, really long shot right now, 19-1. Rebel Sky, this one stretching out for the first time, making start number 2 for Gennaro Garcia's barn. Alex Achard will be up top today, and this one took some support at the windows on debut, but basically lost all chance at the start. You'll see in the short comment there, awkward squeeze start. Then made a little bit of a run and just kind of flattened out. So first time starter, getting bounced around, squeezed, leaving the starting gate, making your first start over a over a sloppy track. And the horse has some okay pedigree, by Enticed, who of course was the Gotham winner and just got out-gamed in the wood by Vino Rosso. But the mares had 3 to the races, all 3 of those winners. This horse was a $12,000 September yearling purchase. I look for this horse to move forward in a big way on this stretch out and ground. You're going to get a very good price here, 19-1, and the horse had really strong hindquarters there, really muscular, is a Rebel Sky, and like I said, currently 19-1. Gennaro Garcia, multiple leading trainer here at the meet, as you see Rebel Sky getting up on his toes, not hot, not overly exerted, just kind of ears going back and forth, taking things in, but is one you definitely got to use here if you're playing race number 5, including that pick 4 that starts here, that $1 Itoba pick 4. Those are 3 horses in here that I'm going to use in my pick 4 ticket. The 4, 10, and 6 we talked about, but I'm going to add number 3, Rosso Fueco from the Klopp barn. This is another one from the Randy Klopp barn. This is another one who I think absolutely will love the added distance. Abel Cedillo in town for the ride, and this one 7-1 right now. I think you have to add that. Those are the 4 I'm going to use here in the opening leg of this low takeout Itoba late pick 4. It's a $1 base bet, and in race number 6, we'll use most of our budget there. If you can add more in this race, this is the race I think you need to add it in, is that race taken off the turf. It's a maiden 12-5 claimer to go 5 furlongs on the main, couple of scratches. The 1 and 6 are out. You just heard that late jockey change on the 7 to McKenna Anderson, but I'm going to use 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10. I think any one of those can win the race. A couple of long shots in there we're going to use as well. On to race number 7, I got it down to number 2, Face Value. This one just ran up against Boitano last start. He's on a 4-race win streak, 8-1 on the morning line. Then Chris Hartman bringing in Sitting on Go, with Joe Ramos getting some class relief there at 7-2. We'll close it out in that 8th race, decimated by scratches. American Tap It by the Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh. The horses raced 3 times, 3 seconds. I think today's graduation day. I don't mind the race coming off the turf for this one. So all in all, it's just a $40 punch, $1 base bet. They're on the way to the track. The Itoba late pick 4 starts here. It's a $1 base bet. Get them in.
Maiden 2-year-old stepping onto the track now for the 5th race over the mile. A field of 8. Scratch 8 Airdrop and 9 Brazilian Canaxo. Scratch the 8 and the number 9 from the race card. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the $1 lead pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. All main track hard, main track fast. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden juvenile mile. Less than 1 minute. The starter and his crew working to resolve some issue here with the starting gate at the mile. Still circling in a holding pattern. Starter Ray Kuick and his crew ready for them now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile start for the maiden juvenile. Arriving at the gate. Loading for this maiden juvenile mile. Most Amazing. Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Joseph Bilmer with Once More joins Most Amazing. Simmer Bermudez with El Ciareno. Alex Achard with Rebel Sky. One of the Gennaro Garcia 2. Abel Cedillo with Rosso Fuco loading. 9-1 Rosso Fuco. Manny Escobar with Mystic Justice. Sophie Doyle. Basil's Eva Money. Son of Basin Basil. Eva Money. For the mile, one more. Joe Ramos with Pro Fever. Like Rosso Fuco, both for leading trainer Randy Klopp, with 54 wins here this season. Basil 6-5 favorite. 2-1 Pro Fever coming up. Fast Track. They're in the gate.
Hey. No. Wait. Oh, this thing's
And they're off. Once more, was slow to go. Fast start for Basil right there toward the inside is Most Amazing, and El Sireno is also up close as they enter the first turn with Mystic Justice on the outside as these leaders now go to the back of the track, and with Alex Richard, Rebel Sky has emerged in front. So Rebel Sky leads here in front of, on the outside, Mystic Justice, who's just gained second from Most Amazing with the rail, and El Sireno in the leading quartet. Sophie Doyle and Basil is now fifth upon settling, going up the back of the track. Then comes Pro Fever with Rosso Foucault, and slow starting once more trails the mile. The quarter was 23.59 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Rebel Sky dictates terms. Rebel Sky, a long odds leader, tracked by Mystic Justice, staying close. Basil third, making steady progress now as they head toward the far turn. And right with Basil is Pro Fever on the far outside as they stack up. And then comes El Sireno, who's under pressure as they round the far turn. The half mile in 48.08 seconds. Mystic Justice in front as Rebel Skies drop back once headed. Here comes Pro Fever, and Basil is right there as they come past the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, Rosso Foucault is now into fourth. Rebel Sky continues to retreat. El Sireno with Most Amazing, and finally once more. 3/4, 1 minute 14.39 seconds. Top of the lane, it's Pro Fever. Pro Fever, Mystic Justice as Basil was altered course toward the inside with 1 furlong to go. Pro Fever runs at Mystic Justice, who's the leader from Manny Esquivel, coming past the 16th. Basil is third, and just running in place, it's Mystic Justice. Mystic Justice has scored the winning run from Pro Fever. Third's close. Rosso Foucault edged out Basil. Most Amazing back in fifth. $141.97 after the maiden. 141.97. 7:10, and then a show photo. 7 Mystic Justice at 9-2 first. 10 Pro Fever, 2-1 second. Stand by for the third and fourth from the judges. Manny Esquivel for Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables maiden win. Son of Maximus Mischief gets off the mark in his fifth start. Mystic Justice has beaten home Pro Fever. 3 Rosso Foucault gained third. Basil at 7-5, lost show late. 7:10, 3-4. Hold on until official. Seven, 10, 3-4 after the maiden juvenile mile. Basil be Vandoff. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7 Mystic Justice with Manny Esquivel. Mystic Justice is a 2-year-old bank gelding by Maximus Mischief. Out of Super Stacy by Super Saver. For Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Mystic Justice out to the maiden juvenile ranks. Race 5 official. Results in after the maiden juvenile mile. 7:10 exacta, paid $38.40. The 10-cent superfecta, $39.54. Basil ran fourth. The 50-cent trifecta, 7-10-3, $82.15. 1-7 double, $52.20. The $1 early pick 4-4-4, $89.50. Pick 3, $14.45. 50-cent early pick 5 daily starts on the first of the day. 5 of 5, $80.70. The maiden juvenile mile, the 8 and 9 were non-runners. Favorite fourth, Basil Van Doff. 8 ran, 141.97. Sixth race, taken off the turf course, made it on the main track over the 5 furlongs. Scratch 1 Whiskey Reserve, 6 Funstruck, scratch the 1 and 6. 7 State Park, the jockey will be McKenna Anderson. McKenna Anderson on 7 State Park. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The maiden sprint features the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering here on the sprint. Double pick 3. Post time will now be in 23 minutes at 4:53. And they're off once more. Was slow to go. Fast start for Basil right there toward the inside is Most Amazing, and El Sireno is also up close as they enter the first turn with Mystic Justice on the outside as these leaders now go to the back of the track, and with Alex Achard, Rebel Sky has emerged in front. So Rebel Sky leads here in front of, on the outside, Mystic Justice, who's just gained second from Most Amazing with the rail, and El Sireno in the leading quartet. Sophie Doyle and Basil is now fifth upon settling, going up the back of the track. Then comes Pro Fever with Rosso Foucault, and slow starting once more trails the mile. The quarter was 23.59 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Rebel Sky dictates terms. Rebel Sky, a long odds leader, tracked by Mystic Justice, staying close. Basil third, making steady progress now as they head toward the far turn. And right with Basil is Pro Fever on the far outside as they stack up. And then comes El Sireno, who's under pressure as they round the far turn. The half mile in 48.08 seconds. Mystic Justice in front as Rebel Sky is dropped back once headed. Here comes Pro Fever, and Basil is right there as they come past the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, Rosso Foucault is now into fourth. Rebel Sky continues to retreat. El Sireno with Most Amazing, and finally once more. 3/4, 1 minute 14.39 seconds. Top of the lane, it's Pro Fever. Pro Fever, Mystic Justice as Basil was altered course toward the inside with 1 furlong to go. Pro Fever runs at Mystic Justice, who's the leader for Manny Esquivel, coming past the 16th. Basil is third, and just running in place, it's Mystic Justice. Mystic Justice has scored the winning run from Pro Fever. Third's close. Rosso Foucault edged out Basil. Most Amazing back in fifth.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced, went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Cheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for the year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station for those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, presented by Indiana Breed Development, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m., located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
What a workmanlike effort there by Mystic Justice, breaking that maiden there. Race number 5, he took all the heat and held off 2 really good horses there in the stretch and just stuck that big neck out and refused to lose there for Gennaro Garcia and Manny Escobar. As we move on to race number 6, starts the final thoroughbred pick 3, starts the last of our final 4 races on the Super Tuesday from Shelbyville. Race number 6, couple of scratches, take out the 1 and 6. The 1 and 6 are out. Late jockey change on the 7 to McKenna Anderson. Number 7, State Park, will be ridden by McKenna Anderson. Race number 6 is a maiden 12-5 claimer, originally scheduled for the turf, but it will be contested 5 furlongs on this fast main surface, and a lot of speed in this race signed on, and a lot of heat signed on here early for the 2, Lower Broadway and the 4, Soko and Lime. Both those opened up, taking a lot of money, as did the 9 here, Live Happy for Jake Radosevich. But number 2, Lower Broadway, was even money on the morning line, currently 2-1. Soko and Lime was 7-2, currently 3-1, and that's where I'll start with number 4, Soko and Lime. Had the post position draw been a little bit different and the 2 was drawn outside the 4, I probably would be using the 2 on top. But both of these 2 horses have speed and they have some serious gas. They're both capable, whether it be on the dirt or turf, 21-44 type of fractions. So Lower Broadway and Soko and Lime, should they jump well, they'll be the 2 to chase. Soko and Lime is where I'll start. This one getting some class relief for Brian Williamson, and making the 9th career start. The horse, last couple of races I think are the best races on the horse's form, and again making the drop in class. Brian Williamson starting to heat up here at the track. In fact, I think he's won with 2 out of his last 3 starters here. And Soko and Lime was on the mud last time at Churchill Downs and chased the pace around. There was 5th, beaten 9 lengths, and really kind of lost a little momentum just around the half-mile pole. Going back and watch the replays, the horse had to check. But that race at Ellis Park for 16, where he's 3rd, beaten 2 lengths, if he can duplicate that, it's graduation day for the Son of Sky Kingdom, who's currently 3-1 on the board. Number 2, Lower Broadway, I talked about from the barn of Mike Maker. Mike Maker has been really starting to heat up here as of late, hitting almost at 30% on the meet. His last starter here when we closed out the race week last week, Eddie Haskell ran off the screen on debut. And number 2, Lower Broadway, will get Vincent Chaminade to come in town for the Lone Mount today. And this is another one taking a serious class drop. Straight maiden all the way down to 12-5, where last start, this is another one that was off to a fire. 21-44, 56-2 is what they came home for the 5 furlongs there. That was a turf event. The horse is getting back to the dirt. The horse's lone dirt try was nothing short of spectacular. Was 6 beaten 38 lengths, was last of all. But that was a 2-year-old race at Gulfstream in the winter, the toughest racing in the country. I know it was a state-bred race, but he came back and ran okay when stretching out on the turf, was 3rd, beaten 4 lengths. But I think for the 12-5 level, it doesn't matter what surface this one's running under. The numbers stack up at the top of these here. So Lower Broadway's one I'll use too. Now, after those 2, the 2 and the 4, who do you go to? Well, the public right now is on the 9, Live Happy, and this one opened up at like 8-5, and Live Happy is another one who's had multitude of chances. 20 times the horse has ran, looking to make this 21st start the winning one, but 5 of those 20 have been in the money now. The horse has been facing some good company over his entire career. He's a son of Run Happy out of a distorted humor mare, so certainly has the pedigree. The connections, Jake Radosevich, a very capable trainer, does very well and has for a number of years, and that's Jake leading the horse around there. A very hands-on horseman. His entire family's in the game, and he's just grinded it out for a long time and does good with these types of horses. Now, this one was at Churchill last start, coming out of that Raising Cane race. The horse that was 2nd that day won. Now, this horse probably needs the lead as opposed to the aforementioned the horses I talked about. I think they are quicker, though. But Live Happy is drawn to the outside of them. Fernando de la Cruz, known for putting his horses early into the race, has the call. And this one right now is 3-1, down from those 8-1 odds. So taking some support at the windows. You see the horse there with those Jake blinkers and that white shadow roll across. And like I said, Live Happy is the other one I'll use in here. Race number 6, 4, 2, and 9. Just 6 minutes left to post for this 12-5 claimer. Again, 5 furlongs on the main. Start your final thoroughbred pick 3. And then, of course, we'll close out the show with that quarter horse dash, and Martha will be along later on to talk about that. So 6 minutes to race number 6. I'm going to go for Brian Williamson. Number 4, Soko and Lime. Good luck.
So horses coming onto the track for the 6th race. This is one of the 3 taken off the turf course here, all main track hard. Main track fast here, maiden over the 5 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch 1, Whiskey Reserve, and 6, Funstruck. Scratch 1 and 6. 7, State Park. Change of jockey to McKenna Anderson. McKenna Anderson rides 7, State Park. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering featured here. Double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. late scratch. Number 10, Distorted Fun. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 10, Distorted Fun has now been ordered scratched from the maiden sprint. All wagers on 10, Distorted Fun. There will be refunds. Refunds on 10, Distorted Fun here. Late scratch from the 6th race. There will be a consolation 7-10 double. 7 and 10 will be a consolation double. Those that had the 10 Distorted Fun in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Again, a 7-10 consolation double, scratch 10 Distorted Fun. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden, McKenna Anderson with State Park. Vincent Chamonix with Lower Broadway. The son of Win 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 has joined State Park. Joe Ramos, Captain Case coming up. Sophie Doyle with Can of Corn. Can of Corn went in well. Fernanda Letta Cruz, the meat leader with Live Happy in the black. Soka and Lime, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. is on the Tuesday scoreboard. Now all the luck will be a hat trick for Mitchell Murrell. Jose Gutierrez running for a double on the day. Up comes Colonel Compton. So stand by at 5 furlongs. One more. Alberto Burgos with High as the Sky. Number 10, Distorted Fun, was a late scratch. The 10's a non-runner. Fast Track, they're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Lower Broadway. Live Happy was also fast to go. Soko Lime is also right there vying for the early lead while in tight quarters between horses. Here's Colonel Compton now coming with a blitz as they dash past the half-mile pole. All the Luck is running in fifth and joined out wide by Can of Corn as they enter the far turn, just over 3 furlongs to go. The trailers are Captain Case with Wide, High as the Sky, and State Park Trails. They come toward the quarter pole, and it's Lower Broadway with the rail. The opening quarter at 22.58, Lower Broadway, Colonel Compton, and right there, Live Happy, who battles in between horses as these maidens level up. On the far outside is Can of Corn. All the Luck is drawing in, and Soko and Lime now moves up boldly in that gap. It's Lower Broadway. 1 furlong to go. Here's Soko and Lime, who descends on Lower Broadway for a final 16th charge. Soko and Lime has gained the advantage from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and is pulling clear. Near home, Soko and Lime lands it by 3.5 from Lower Broadway. Colonel Compton was third, and then All the Luck and Canacorn. .63 seconds after the maiden. 58.63. 4-2-11. 5-8 runs fifth for the Pentafecta. First number 4, Soko and Lime at 6-5. 2 Lower Broadway at 8-5 was the runner-up. Number 11, Colonel Compton at 8-1 odds was third. Here's the slow-mo. Number 5, All the Luck at 10-1 fourth. And number 8, Can of Corn at 16-1 fifth. Live Happy and Captain Case, they were the next two. Hold all bets until official. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. doubles up on the day. Here for Brian Williamson, son of Sky Kingdom, off the mark in his 9th career start. The result of the 6th race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 4, Soko and Lime, riding double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Now with 61 wins here this season, Soko and Lime is a 4-year-old dark bear brown colt by Sky Kingdom out of Lime Tryst by Limehouse. Brian Williamson trains. Lida liked it for Brady Tauber, Steve Gordon, and Nancy Veneer, those breeders. He was bred in Kentucky by the owners. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Soko and Lime. Results in. The 4-2 exacta paid $13.40. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-11, $20.95. All the Luck fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $12.11. 50-cent pick 3 paid $30.15. Can of Corn ran fifth, 10-cent pentafecta, $60.87. 7-4 double paid $37.60. 7-10, that's a consolation double, 7-10 for $11.20. 58.63 after the maiden. Race 7 of our 9-carder to start off Indiana Champions Week. Hope you can join us for the big day. 6th annual Indiana Champions Day staged here on Saturday. Special post time 11 a.m. 11 premier races with purses in excess of $1.7 million. It's Indiana Champions Day. It's Saturday from 11 a.m. In the 7th race ahead, scratch 4 Ice Minister, 7 Azure Sky, and 10 Orby 1. Scratch the 4, 7, and the number 10. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time will be 5:23. Track, they're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Lower Broadway. Live Happy was also fast to go. Soko Lime is also Right there vying for the early lead while in tight quarters between horses. Here's Colonel Compton now coming with a blitz as they dash past the half-mile pole. All the Luck is running in fifth and joined out wide by Can of Corn as they enter the far turn, just over 3 furlongs to go. The trailers are Captain Case with Wide, High as the Sky, and State Park Trails. They come toward the quarter pole, and it's Lower Broadway with the rail. The opening quarter at 22.58, Lower Broadway, Colonel Compton, and right there, Live Happy, who battles in between horses as these maidens level up. On the far outside is Can of Corn. All the Luck is drawing in, and Soko and Lime now moves up boldly in that gap. It's Lower Broadway. 1 furlong to go. Here's Soko and Lime, who descends on Lower Broadway for a final 16th charge. Soko and Lime has gained the advantage for Marcelino Pedroso Jr. and is pulling clear. Near home, Soko and Lime lands it by 3.5 from Lower Broadway. Colonel Compton was third, and then All the Luck and Canacorn. Track, they're in the gate.
Gotta check my changes here real quick, you guys, for this 7th race, which is 10 minutes to post. The favorite is the 2. I was just gonna say, Bug Boy, man, he's running pretty well. But we do have some scratches in here. The 4, the 7, and the 10 are out. And you know, this race really, it was already slated for the dirt today at 1.70 miles. You know, the next race got scratched down, but really we haven't had that too bad of, you know, shorter fields. So it's been a really good day. Claiming for 10. If you kind of go through here, obviously this is a group that knows how to get to the winner's circle, to say the least. I'm actually going to go with the 3 in here. On top, Sitting on Go. Joe Ramos is aboard for Chris Hartman. Cannot say enough about Chris Hartman. Just a great guy. Really is. He's got the 7-year-old gelding here. He's coming to Indiana for the first time. Obviously, Chris in Kentucky, he had this one at Oaklawn, Ellis, Churchill. This horse hasn't hit the board since March, so I think he found a good spot for him here. Getting Ramos, I'll tell you guys right now, I don't even have to ask him this question specifically. Ramos is so hungry and so ready to go this year. He wants to close that gap with Fernando. I know he does. He has won a jockey title here before. Burgos won it last year. Fernando is many in the lead. So just know Ramos is hungry for that win. So love seeing Chris come up here to Indiana from down south. I got two of my Kentucky guys here. John's here and Chris is here. So 2 of my favorites. This is a $381,000 lifetime earner. He's definitely a sit off the pace, come from behind kind of guy. His speed figures around 76, 74 in here, but Sitting on Go. It's been a while, but he has put up the best speed figure at this distance. Next, I'm going to go to the 11, sitting on the board right now at 9-2. Tail lights. I feel like Sitting on Go, tail lights. Are we in a country song? We're sitting on go, staring at tail lights. I'm making a country song up here. 77 last time out was 6. And one of our handicaps named for one of the very many wonderful people in our racing industry was bumped at the start, had a horrible trip in there, then caught the slop last time. Looked good at the start, came out. That's where that speed figure, I think, comes from after getting 6 and 8 horse field. But he just gave up too much early to try to keep up with them. I hope he gets kind of more of a patient trip today. Marcelino up. I love to see it. He has ridden this horse a few times, and he just scored a double on the card. So Mitch and Marcelino both with riding doubles today. This one is owned by Brianna Johnson. And just a nice 5-year-old gelding that flash of speed last time I liked. And then I really liked that effort on September 4th. Now, those were at 6 furlongs. Today, we're going 1.70 miles. So if you look, he's never been in the money at the distance. So I liked this horse a little bit when I was looking at it. And then I saw that and I thought, And then I couldn't decide between the 11 and the 2, and I threw in the 2. But face value, getting action here at 5-2. Not a heavy favorite, but still. I'm going to put this one in. Jose Gutierrez, now a 5-pound bug. A couple weeks ago, got his 40th win. Very talented rider. He's riding here for Mr. Cipriano Contreras. Wonderful trainer, Cipriano Contreras. We love Sippy here. Tell him, Bugsy, I'm talking about him. I'm sitting down here under the awning, and Sippy's having a good old time, isn't he? He's not paying attention to a word I'm saying. But this is a barn change. So he changes barns to Mr. Cipriano Contreras. Also put up some nice speed last time with Gabe aboard on September 15th. And then they switched barns. I like that. Second, Jose and Sippy, out of their last 7, 5 in the money finishes. That's a couple of days old. I don't think Sippy and him had a win yet in the Thursday would be the only day that's left out of that stat because I did all the crunching of the numbers then. But this is bred by Godolphin. This is a 5-year-old by Medaglio d'Oro. He's down here in 10. He claimed him for 8. I think he found a good spot for face value. Sippy always finds good spots for his horses. 3:11.2 though. I'm gonna get off air and Sippy's standing right here, so I'm gonna get an earful for that. But I'm going with Chris on top. Chris Hartman and Joe Ramos sitting on go here on the board now at 5-2. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. This Carter for the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 8. Scratch number 4, Ice Minister, 7, Azure Sky, and the 10, Orby 1. Scratch the 4-7 and the number 10. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. This one features the 10-cent Grand High 5, another Pentafecta. Here on the card, double pick 3. Fast track, 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Mansfield Tiger. Orlando Mexica for Tim Eggleston with a couple of wins on the card. Sando Sanjor with Kikian facing up to the gate. Now Mansfield Tigers joined Kikian. Fernando de la Cruz with Ever Do It. Jose Gutierrez, Face Value went in well. Abel Cedillo with Mike Calante. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Joe Ramos with Sit On Go. Just a couple of back. Samir Bermudez with CV Dynamic. One more. Tail Lights. Be a hat trick of wins on the card for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. We've had a fast track here since kickoff. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mike Calante was squeezed back soon after the start. Sharply away, CV Dynamic with Kikian, and right there, Taillights coming for an early run as they make their way into the first turn, and Mansfield Tiger with the rail. It's Taillights. So with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Taillights takes the top. Right toward the inside, Kikian right there now with an early bid as they vie early at the 6.5. CV Dynamic is running in third. The gray is Taillights in fourth. Mansfield Tiger fifth with the rail and behind horses. And then comes nearest the inside, Face Value in the blue cap. The 7-year-old 7-time winner, Sitting on Go, is outside of Face Value after being squeezed back soon after the start. Mike Calante trails. 24.66 lead seconds. It's Taillights. Taillights retakes the lead here for the run to the half-mile pole from Kikian, who briefly led. CV Dynamic is a tracking third. Taillights fourth on the outside. Orlando Mexica, Mansfield Tiger running in fifth, and not too far off this pace as Kikian once again takes the lead for Santos Sanjor up the near side. Face Value still together with Sitting on Go. Mike Calante remains the back marker. These two, Kikian and Taillights, they've battled through a half mile, exchanging the lead in 48.55. Mansfield Tiger now tails them. Mansfield Tiger just getting the cue to gain as Taillights and Kikian take this past the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, as they straighten away, is Ever Do It with Face Value between horses. Sitting on Go. Toward the inside, Mike Calante, and at the rail is CV Dynamic 3/4. A few ticks over 113. Taillights with 1 furlong to go. Taillights roused by Marcelino. On the outside is Mansfield Tiger. At this point, just being kept at bay by Taillights. To the inside, Kikian is third. Face Value is fourth. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. triple as Taillights takes it by 3. Mansfield Tiger was the runner-up. Kikian third. Face Value fourth. And then close between Ever Do It and Sitting on Go. 142.80, 11.162, and fifth is a photo. For the Pentafecta that was featured, first number 11, Taillights, 9-2 first. Number 1, Mansfield Tiger, 9-2, just couldn't reel, taillights in. 6, Kikion, 18-1 third, that was a good effort. 2, Face Value at 6-5 fourth. Fifth up to the judges, Ever Do It with Sit It On Go, CV Dynamic, and Mike Calante. No real chance after being squeezed soon after the start. 11.162, 3 for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Here for Clamaco Galindo Torres. Taillights takes it at 9-2. The 8, Ever Do It, was fifth. 11.1, 6-8. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 11, Taillights. Makes it 3 for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Races 3, 6, and 7 for those keeping score. Taillights is a 5-year-old, a big yelling by alternation. Under the Into Mischief mare, Whistle Stop, the now 6-time winner, trained by Clamaco Galindo Torres for Brianna Johnson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the now 6-time winner, Taillights. The result of race 7 is official. $11.1 Exacta paid $49.40. Ever Do It ran fifth. That 10-cent Pentafecta, $258.17. Pick 3 paid $49.15. 50-cent Trifecta, 11.16, $133.70. 411 double, $33.80. The 10-cent Superfecta face value ran fourth for that 10-cent Superfecta. Pace out on 11.162. Ever Do It was fifth for the Grand High Five. The Pentafecta paid $75.63. 8 faced the starter, 142.80. Couple more to go. 17 minutes away from race 8. Now here in the maiden juvenile fillies, 3 of them will run. Number 1, American Tappet, 6, Betsy, and 8, Bounce. The 1, 6, and 8, those fillies start. Scratch 2, Spastic Bid, 3, Dad's Cara, 4, Starlit Sky, 5, Florentine Lady. Take out the 7, Mother Green, 9, It's Fine. Scratch the 10, Oniophilia, 11, Hopeville. Scratch 12, Don's Joy, 13, About and Around. Take out 14, Breaking Hearts, 15, Miss Milky Way, and scratch 16, Finance. With those scratches, it'll be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards for the maiden juvenile fillies. No place, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, no pentafecta. Win Wagers, Exacta, start to the final double. Fast Track, post time for the 3 at 5:51. And they're off. And Mike Calante was squeezed back soon after the start. Sharply away, CV Dynamic with Kikion, and right there, Taillights coming for an early run as they make their way into the first turn, and Mansfield Tiger with the rail. It's Taillights. So with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Taillights takes the top. With toward the inside, Kikion right there now with an early bid as they vie early at the 6.5. CV Dynamic is running in third. The gray is Taillights in fourth. Mansfield Tiger fifth with the rail and behind Horses. And then comes nearest the inside, Face Value in the blue cap. The 7-year-old 7-time winner, Sitting on Go, is outside of Face Value after being squeezed back soon after the start. Mike Calante trails. 24.66 lead seconds. It's Taillights. Taillights retakes the lead here for the run to the half-mile pole from Kikion, who briefly led. CV Dynamic is a tracking third. Taillights fourth on the outside. Orlando Mexica, Mansfield Tiger running in fifth, and not too far off this pace as Kikion once again takes the lead for Santos Sanjor up the near side. Face Value still together with Sitting on Go. Mike Calante remains the back marker. These two, Kikion and Taillights, they've battled through a half mile, exchanging the lead in 48.55. Mansfield Tiger now tails them. Mansfield Tiger just getting the cue to gain as Taillights and Kikion take this past the quarter pole. Then on the far outside, as they straighten away, is Ever Do It with Face Value between Horses. Sitting on Go. Toward the inside, Mike Calante, and at the rail is CV Dynamic 3/4. A few ticks over 113. Taillights with 1 furlong to go. Taillights roused by Marcelino. On the outside is Mansfield Tiger. At this point, just being kept at bay by Taillights. To the inside, Kikion is third. Face Value is fourth. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. triple as Taillights takes it by 3. Mansfield Tiger was the runner-up. Kikion third. Face Value fourth, and then close between Ever Do It.
Well, we did get scratched down here in this 8th race. A 2-year-old maiden was slated for a mile on the grass. We're on the fast main track here today. And the one who we're showing here is 1 to 2, American Tablet. That's who I'm going to go with here, as we do have win gambling on this race. Now, I do want to remind you guys, Rob put exacta wagering on here, so you can play that in this race. No show, no place, though. And then obviously no exotics. But Declan Cannon coming in. Decky Cannon got a ride here for Ignacio Carreras. This is a 2-year-old filly by American Pharaoh. I think she probably would have ended up being one of the favorites in this race anyway, had it not changed. Her staying in is interesting. She has ran a second by 9.5, but still, Conceit ran away in that race on September 23rd here. And she was the beaten favorite that day. She's coming back here second time in Indiana. She's never been worse than second. All of her races have been good, you know, and it did say when she was nosed out Colonial August 3rd that she was a bit rank. I went back and watched that one, and she looks laid back. She looks great here today, but she was very excited there in that race. So but looks to be feeling good. She's like I said, 1 to 2 in this shorter field, but I'm gonna go with American Tappet, the daughter of American Pharaoh, here on top in her second time out here in Indiana. Good luck.
American Tappet, Betsy, and Bounce on the track for this 8th race maiden. Maiden juvenile fillies, 1 mile and 70 yards, fast track. Scratch 2, Spastic Bid, 3, Dad's Cara, 4, Starlit Sky, 5, Florentine Lady. Take out the 7, Mother Green, 9, It's Fine. Scratch the 10, Onophilia, 11, Hopeville, 12, Don's Joy, 13, About and Around. Scratch 14, Breaking Hearts, 15, Miss Milky Way, and 16, Finance. No place, no show wagering, no trifecta, superfecta, no pentafecta. Win wagers, exacta double. Over in the 9th, quarter horse maiden juvenile to wrap up the card here at the 350 yards. There, scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. 9th race, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles. 2 minutes. American Tappet, Betsy, and Bounce. Approaching the gate. Near the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the maiden. American Tappet, Betsy, and Bounce. At the gate, it is now post time. First of the three, American Tappet, Declan Cannon for Ignacio Carreras. Up comes Betsy, Nick Juarez for Eddie Keneally. The daughter of Constitution, Betsy's joined American Tappet, and that leaves one more. Bounce, Santos Sanjor for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. This one of three taken off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast track, 1 mile and 70-yard set.
You got it in the magnet, Jake?
American Tappet, Betsy, and Bounce. Away and running here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as they make their way toward the first turn, and it's the Pennsylvania bred Bounce who leans Kentucky breds Betsy and American Tappet as they enter the first turn. Bounce clears off here at the hands of Santos Sanjor. So the tactics here to lead Bounce in front of Betsy, who's joined by American Tappet on the outside of Betsy. It's Bounce as they go to the back. Just over 6 furlongs to run. Bounce leads. Bounce out in front of American Tappet, who's nudged into second from Betsy with the red cap and sleeves. The opening quarter for Bounce, 24.32 seconds. It's Bounce who leads. American Tappet by 3/4 of length. Declan Cannon and American Tappet right there with Bounce. Bounce, American Tappet 1-2, and with Nick Juarez. It's Bounce back there in third as they make their run past the half-mile pole. So Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy for Nick Juarez is last of the three with 7 starts between them. Half mile, 48.17 seconds. They enter the far turn. Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy getting her cue. 3 furlongs to run. So Bounce still trails as they round the far turn with Bounce, Betsy, and American Tappet. American Tappet in the middle of Bounce and Betsy. Betsy in back of Bounce and American Tappet as they come past the quarter pole. So Bounce with Santos Sanjor has been the longtime leader. Can Betsy close down Bounce and American Tappet on the outside? It's Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy. 3/4, 1 minute 13.06 seconds. Bounce with 1 furlong to go. The Pennsylvania bred remains in charge. Bounce and American Tappet is now 4 lengths in back of Bounce. Betsy's last. Betsy trails American Tappet as Bounce continues to lead with Santos Sanjor for Bill Mott. Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy. Bounce leads to the wire. $144.78 after the maiden. 8-1-6. Bounce beats American Tappet and Betsy. Hold all bets until official. Santos Sanjor here for Bill Mott, the daughter of Street Sense. Pennsylvania bred. Bounce over the Kentucky bred fillies. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Number 8, it's Bounce with Santos Anjor. Bounce is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Street Sense. Belmont trains for breeder owner Peter McCausland's Erdenheim Farm Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bounce. Beats American Tappet and Betsy. Bounce out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks. $4.20 to win. 8-1 exacta over American Tappet. $6.40. Betsy was last to 3. 11-8 double paid $26.60. Pick 3, $21.50. The 50-cent lead pick 5, 5 of 5, $745.90. And the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba, paid $417.30, capped off by Bounce in the maiden. 16 minutes away, race 9 to close out the card. Maiden juvenile for the quarter horses over the 350. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 R Racy Eileen, 12 Keep the Bar Playing, 13 LB Royal Wagon, and 14 Undeniable. Scratch the also eligibles. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. 3 Cool Candy Wagon is 3 over. 4 He's Crossfiring plus 4. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Post time for the closer will be at 6:16. American Tappet, Betsy and Bounce. Away and running here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as they make their way toward the first turn, and it's the Pennsylvania bred Bounce who leads Kentucky breds Betsy and American Tappet as they enter the first turn. Bounce clears off here at the hands of Santos Sanjor. So the tactics here to lead Bounce in front of Betsy, who's joined by American Tappet on the outside of Betsy. It's Bounce as they go to the back. Just over 6 furlongs to run. Bounce leads. Bounce out in front of American Tappet, who's nudged into second from Betsy with the red cap and sleeves. The opening quarter for Bounce, 24.32 seconds. It's Bounce who leads. American Tappet by 3/4 of length. Declan Cannon and American Tappet right there with Bounce. Bounce, American Tappet 1-2, and with Nick Norris. It's Bounce back there in third as they make their run past the half-mile pole. So Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy for Nick Juarez is last of the 3 with 7 starts between them. Half-mile 48.17 seconds. They enter the far turn. Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy getting her cue. 3 furlongs to run. So Bounce still trails as they round the far turn with Bounce, Betsy, and American Tappet. American Tappet in the middle of Bounce and Betsy. Betsy in back of Bounce and American Tappet as they come past the quarter pole. So Bounce with Santos Sanjor has been the longtime leader. Can Betsy close down Bounce and American Tappet on the outside? It's Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy. 3/4, 1 minute 13.06 seconds. Bounce with 1 furlong to go. The Pennsylvania bred remains in charge. Bounce and American Tappet is now 4 lengths in back of Bounce. Betsy's last. Betsy trails American Tappet as Bounce continues to lead with Santos Sanjor for Bill Mott. Bounce, American Tappet, and Betsy. Bounce leads to the wire.
we are all looking forward to Saturday when we present a spectacular Indiana Champions Day. But we're going to finish up today's card with a quarter horse race. It's a $17,000 maiden for 2-year-olds. And as we've talked about so many times, these horses have a little different learning curve than your older thoroughbreds. So, you know, we haven't had a whole lot of success with some of these so far, but anything can change with experience and a little bit of maturity. All right, well, we'll go to the paddock and take a look at a few of my selections. We do have the scratch of each of the also eligibles, so you're not going to see the 11, 12, 13, or 14 run, but we have 10 horses be competing at 350 yards. Should be a pretty good dash. All right, well, I'm going to begin with number 4, and that's He's Cross Firing, who's going to make his 5th start. It's a gelding going to make a 5th start for trainer Shauna Martin. A Louisiana-bred son of Jess Different has faced several top juveniles this year in competition, and I always say, you know, if you lose to one of the top horses, it doesn't make you a loser. It just makes you a little bit unlucky in drawing such good competition. Now, one of the top horses he raced against earlier in the meet was He's a Hawkeye, who's already a huge futurity winner and could be even more huge after Saturday's Indiana Champions Day final, futurity final. All right, so anyway, I think the horse is going to move forward for Shauna and rider Aaron Hunt. He did finish 4th in the 34,000 Mari Hulman overnight stakes, so a little bit of stakes experience could get him over the hump this afternoon, get that maiden breaking under his belt. All right, let's go next to number 4, and that's Cool Candy Wagon. Tim Eggleston, currently our leading conditioner, sends out this gelding. Oh, really nice breeding, son of All-American Futurity champion Jess Good Candy. That's like the, you know, the Kentucky Derby of quarter horse racing, the All-American Futurity $3 million purse. To win that race is an extraordinary accomplishment, and horses that are stallions at that point really go on to very lucrative stud careers. All right, regular rider Rolando Pena piloted this Oklahoma-bred gelding in the 63,000 leader of the class sale futurity. That was on August 30th. Did not make an impact in that, but again, I give credit for at least stepping up to the stakes level. Tim's already won 45 races this meet, so anything that he sends out, despite what it looks like on paper, is kind of impossible to ignore. That's my second choice. Good luck to them. And we'll go next to number 2, and that's MG Blue Moon. Ran twice at Los Alamitos in California. He was in the barn of Valentin Zamudio before coming to Indy and running for trainer Tony Cunningham. This is an M&G Farms homebred by constituents out of he's a fast dash mare, so some good pedigree there. Finished 6th in that first start here at Horseshoe Indy, but that was it's a tough transition from track to track, and that's not a terrible representation. We'll see how he does second time here under Cunningham's top rider, Danny Martinez. And then I'll go with my final selection. Will be number 7, Apolitical Essence, a filly by unbelievable champion Apolitical Jess, who has already sired progeny that have earned $80 million. I mean, that's a prolific stallion, Apolitical Jess. And this horse returns to action for trainer James Goodnight. Now, you haven't seen a lot of him in the past, but he has come from Oklahoma with a limited amount of starters. He's 75% in the money, so you don't want to ignore his stock. Basically ran 5th place in most recent race here on August 30th, but was purchased at the Heritage Place yearling sale for $45,000. I mean, you got the pedigree, you got a trainer that knows what he's doing, and this horse just needs to break well. That's all there is to it. Oh, plus a pretty good rider, Eduardo Diaz, who's our leading rider. All right, 4-3-2-7 for me, but we do have a full field, so if you're interested in playing our quarter horse pentafecta, I would throw in number 9, Princess Posey. She's 20-1 in the morning line. Natasha Perez trains this filly. She had a very troubled trip in her first start here, but with the patience of Diego Bocanegra, I would expect a much improved effort. So that's it for today. We're back Wednesday and Thursday, and of course 6 quarter horse stakes this Saturday on Indiana Champions Day. We'll kick off our portion of the card in race 8 with the final of the 320,000 Governor Stakes. Have a good evening, everybody.
The horses coming onto the track for the ninth race. Closing the card with this quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards. We've had a fast track today. Here a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. Scratch AE's 11, R. Racy Eileen through 14, undeniable. Scratch the AE's 11 through the number 14 from the card. No rider changes. 3 Cool Candy Wagon plus 3. 4 He's Crossfiring is 4 over the listed program weight there. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The quarter horse maiden juvenile dash features the 10-cent quarter horse grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering here on the finale. Due up soon. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. SS Dreamcatcher uses a flipping halter. LB Flashin' Chicks has moved into the starting gate. Joined SS Dreamcatcher. Time for Heroes. MG Blue Moon. Like Time for Heroes, both for Tony Cunningham in this maiden over the 350. Apolitical Essence coming up. MG Blue Moon has gone all in. Cool Candy Wagon. They've loaded Princess Posey to post 9. Cool Candy Wagon is in, ready for He's cross firing. Couple them back. WRS, Apolitical Jordan. German Rodriguez rides and trains, and one more. Up to that outside gate, Antonio Rodriguez with RR Coronado's Cash. Wednesday post time here, 2:10 on Indiana Champions Week. Fast track. They're in the game. Off in the Tuesday finale, and LB Flashin' Chicks Dwelt. Fast start for Apolitical Essence past the 220. Here comes a charge from MG Blue Moon. Cool Candy Wagon with a lot of work left to do. RR Coronado's Cash is rattling home. Here's RR Coronado's Cash with Apolitical Essence. RR Coronado's Cash takes out the maiden juvenile from Apolitical Essence. And then Time for Heroes with MG Blue Moon. LB Flashin' Chicks Dwelt. (10-7) and then a show photo. There'll be a steward's inquiry into the start concerning the 6 LB Flashin' Chicks. 10-7. Photo for third. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth for the Pentafecta. Steward's inquiry concerns the start. 18.071 seconds after the maiden juvenile dash. 18.071. The judges have posted number 1, Time for Heroes 3rd, with the 2 MG Blue Moon 4th and 3 Cool Candy Wagon 5th. The steward's inquiry with regard to the start has been withdrawn. They were concentrating on the actions of the 6 LB Flashin' Chicks. All starting gate stall doors open properly for the quarter horse maiden juvenile, and all declared starters after an inquiry. 10-7, 1, 2, 3, stand by for the official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 10 RR Coronado's Cash with Antonio Rodriguez. Winner's a 2-year-old bay filly by Coronado Cartel out of the Mr. Jasperi Mare Fast Prize Doll. German Rodriguez trains for Chavez Racing LLC of Roberto Chavez. Brothers Rodriguez team for the winning rider and trainer of RR Coronado's Cash out to the maiden juvenile ranks over the 350. Official, 18.071 seconds. Final results in 10-7 exacta paid $72.40. The 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, Cool Candy Wagon ran 5th, paid $476.73. 50-cent trifecta, $181.45, 810 double, $49.60. The 10-cent superfecta, $262 and change. MG Blue Moon ran 4th, and Cool Candy Wagon was 5th. 50-cent pick 3 capped off the card. 11 with the 8 with the 10, paid $116.80. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card this Indiana Champions Week on Wednesday. In fact, Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Don't forget, no live racing here on Friday this week, and Saturday will be 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day. Hope you can join us for the big card on Saturday. Saturday's the first of a baker's dozen, kicks off at 11 a.m. for the opener of 13 Indiana Champions Day here on Saturday, kicking off at 11 a.m. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale, and LB Flashin' Chicks dwelt. Fast start for Apolitical Essence past the 220. Here comes a charge from MG Blue Moon. Cool Candy Wagon with a lot of work left to do. RR Coronado's Cash is rattling home. Here's RR Coronado's Cash with Apolitical Essence. RR Coronado's Cash takes out the maiden juvenile from Apolitical Essence, and then